Chapter 988. My wife has something to do and the six paths has to act as both a father and a mother while writing. Who can deliver me a Yuan spirit incarnation technique? With his layers of defenses torn apart, Yu Jingtian knew he was dead meat. A sudden change occurred. As if from the void, a ray of light appeared. It was not obvious at first, but soon became very strong. It shattered the wind, slashing sword intent, and wrapped around Yu Jingtian. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Chen Zong's sight. It was too fast and too sudden. Chen Zong only saw a figure suddenly appear. After shattering the sword light, it grabbed Yu Jingtian and left at an astonishing speed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A transcendent, Chen Zong said in a low voice. There was actually a transcendent realm master following Yu Jingtian. The transcendent realm was a great realm, and it was divided into 9 great realms, but Chen Zong did not know which transcendent realm this person's cultivation was. Without thinking too much, Chen Zong threw away all distracting thoughts and turned around. His extremely sharp gaze swept across the faces of the leaders of the various forces. Now, give me an answer. Chen Zong's voice was full of sharpness as by Hongjian's sword qi shook the sky. Good boy, in the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin, who had finished reading the letter, was dumbfounded at first, then burst into laughter. The sect's task for Chen Zong was to win the right to distribute 50% of the purple cloud iron. This was very difficult, at least without any help from the sect. After all, the situation in Purple Cloud City was very chaotic. There were 4 factions in the city. Pulling one would affect the others. Without the help of a sect, Chen Zong would have to spend a lot of time on his own strength and ability. Whether he could do it in the end was still unknown. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Chen Zong had reorganized and conquered Purple Cloud City. That's right, it wasn't to seize the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron, but to subdue the Purple Cloud City. After subduing the city, the right to distribute the Purple Cloud Iron would be completely in the hands of the Blue Cloud sect. Chen Zong had not only completed the sect's mission, but he had also exceeded the quota. Now, the Purple Cloud City had returned to the Blue Cloud sect in name. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Chen Zong. The Blue Cloud sect had to immediately send people to enter the Purple Cloud City and truly take control of the Purple Cloud City. The leaders of the 3 great clans and the 21 star forces all expressed their allegiance to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The brilliant Purple House was also disbanded, representing a new era in the Purple Cloud City. Young, strong, cold, and decisive in killing. This caused everyone to not dare underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with reverence from the depths of their hearts. Deep reverence. That extremely fierce killing intent was like a brand that directly entered their souls, and it was impossible to forget. They could either submit or leave the Purple Cloud City. Purple Cloud City was the place where they were born, where they struggled, and where they had many properties. How could they leave just because they wanted to? In the end, Yu Jingtian was rescued by a transcendent realm master. Chen Zong wrote a letter and had Lin Jingchun rush to the Blue Cloud sect at full speed. With Lin Jingchun's half-step transcendent strength, his speed was also very fast. He could deliver the letter to the Blue Cloud sect in the shortest time possible and deliver it to Elder Lin. Now that he had subdued the Purple Cloud City, Chen Zong was also somewhat interested in the Purple Cloud Iron. After cultivating, he set off for the Purple Cloud Iron Mine. The Purple Cloud Iron Mine was located at the edge of the Purple Cloud City. It was an underground mine with only one entrance. Chen Zong stepped inside and the light dimmed. However, for Chen Zong, it didn't affect him much and he could still see clearly. The passage behind the entrance was quite wide. As he walked, he felt like it was connected to all directions. Many workers were waving their pickaxes to mine the ore. There was a reward for mining, and it was based on how much Purple Cloud Iron was mined. In the end, there were also people who gathered the ore and transported it to the Purple Cloud City to be refined into purple cloud iron. It was then piled up and distributed once a year. From the mining of purple cloud iron to the transportation and refining of purple cloud iron, every step was under the control of the various forces. No one could tamper with it. After all, it was a matter of vital interest. Chernzong's arrival didn't disturb anyone. It was purely out of curiosity. With someone leading the way, no one would be foolish enough to disturb him. After many years of mining, there were many crisscrossing passages in the purple cloud mine. As he walked, Chernzong suddenly stopped and looked at one of the passages. It seemed to be an abandoned passage. It was blocked with stones, preventing people from passing through. There were also large blood-red words written on the stone: danger. What is that place? Chernzong couldn't help but ask. Pavilion Master, that is a very dangerous place. The person leading the way was the 7th layer Foundation Realm expert from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. When Chernzong asked, he also looked over. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly explained, 5 years ago, the miners came here and seemed to have touched some taboo. They all turned to ashes. Later, experts from various forces came to investigate, but they all died. Their bodies were all burned to ashes. Even a half-step transcendent expert went in to investigate, but he didn't find anything. Since then, it has been sealed and listed as a dangerous place. No one is allowed to enter. This person's explanation was very simple. Chernzong spread out his spiritual sense and penetrated the stone. After penetrating a few thousand meters, Chernzong's spiritual sense stopped. He could feel a trace of heat. Through his spiritual sense vision, Chernzong seemed to be able to see a faint shadow. A very faint purple shadow flashed and disappeared in an instant. Although he didn't see it clearly, Chernzong was sure it wasn't a person or a beast. Chernzong said, "Let's go." The person leading the way let out a sigh of relief. He was very worried about the Pavilion Master's temper. What should they do if he insisted on exploring that dangerous place? He brought Chernzong out of the Purple Cloud Mine and returned to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Late at night, Chernzong quietly left the Clear Cloud courtyard. Using his top-quality mortal body, he left like a wisp of smoke. No one noticed him. Late at night, the Purple Cloud Mine was completely silent. After all, the cultivation levels of the miners were not high. At best, they were at the early stage of the Foundation realm. Many of them were ordinary people who worked here to support their families. They worked during the day and needed to rest at night to recover their energy. They could only work again the next day. Of course, there were still people guarding the mine. At the entrance, there were 2 7th-layer Foundation realm cultivators guarding it. A wisp of smoke quickly passed by the 2 7th-layer Foundation realm cultivators. They only felt like a gust of wind had passed by. The gap was too big. Even 9th-layer Foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to catch Chernzong's figure, let alone 2 7th-layer Foundation realm cultivators. Chernzong had come here during the day, so he clearly remembered the route. He was very familiar with the path, so he arrived at the dangerous passage like a wisp of smoke. With a move, Chernzong swiftly moved away the stone blocking the passage without making a sound. Many people had died here, and no one had entered for many years. The air was filled with a cold and gloomy feeling that made people shudder. Chernzong's expression was calm. He wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, Chernzong was very curious about what was inside. He floated in like a wisp of smoke and stopped after a few thousand meters. This was the end, and there was no path forward. The walls of the cave were very smooth, like the surface of a mirror that had cooled down after being burned by high temperatures. There were lines on the surface like layers of clouds, and they were very complicated. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the cave wall in front of him, searching carefully. Chernzong was sure that what he saw with his spirit sense during the day was not an illusion. There really was something here. True Qi filled his 2 fingers and shot out towards the wall of the cave. With a pop, a hole appeared in the wall of the cave, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Chen Zong kept probing with his attack. His spiritual awareness was constantly covering the area, paying attention to any possible changes. Suddenly, a blazing aura appeared. It swept out like a tidal wave, startling Chen Zong. He hurriedly pushed the illusory fog heavenly cloud technique to the extreme. His extremely pure illusory fog heavenly cloud genuine qi spread out in front of him in an instant to defend. Retreat. The pure true qi wall only lasted for 1 breath of time before it was burned through. Chen Zong, who had retreated dozens of meters, could feel the shocking heat in front of him, as if it could burn everything into ashes. Chen Zong also knew why people who came here before were burned to ashes. If his true qi wasn't pure enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying heat even if he was dozens of meters away. In the entire Purple Cloud City, no one's true qi could compare with his. They were only half-step transcendent. According to what was said before, when a half-step transcendent expert came to investigate, they didn't find anything. On the contrary, those who weren't half-step transcendent had all died. This situation was very strange, so it was no wonder that this place would be sealed. As for why it wasn't reported to the Blue Cloud sect or the Purple Brilliant sect, it was probably because they were worried that the sect would disturb the order here and harm their interests. After all, the Purple Cloud iron was very valuable. It was most practical to secretly deduct a part of the profits from selling it and distribute it to everyone. However, no one expected that in just a few days, there would be such an earth-shaking change. More than 10 meters away, Chen Zong narrowed his eyes and stared at the object in front of him that was emitting a blazing heat. A faint purple mist filled the air, and there seemed to be a purple cloud in the middle, condensing into a thumb-sized flame that burned quietly. What is this? Chen Zong secretly guessed. Unfortunately, he hadn't been in this world for long enough and didn't know much about it. He only felt that this object seemed to contain a very terrifying power. This kind of power made his spiritual sense tremble a little when he came in contact with it. He wasn't sure, not at all. Chen Zong chose to retreat. He planned to wait until his strength was enough, such as when he broke through to the transcendent realm, and then come back again. Or he could report this matter to the sect and deal with it. The moment Chen Zong retreated, the motionless purple cloud flame suddenly turned into a stream of light. Its speed was so fast that Chen Zong's spiritual sense was able to capture it. Before his body could react, the purple cloud flame had already flown into Chen Zong's body. Immediately, an extremely terrifying heat exploded within his body. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Wave after wave, it was endless as it continued to attack. Chapter 989. Chen Zong's true qi was extremely pure. It was definitely extraordinary among the 9th-layer Foundation realm cultivators, but at this moment, when this extremely pure true qi encountered the terrifying blazing aura, it was directly destroyed and burned into nothingness. It was incomparably hot. He felt that the terrifying aura spread out and flowed through the opened meridians. It was as if the meridians were burned to ashes. Immediately after, it rushed out of the meridians and covered his internal organs. As it spread out rapidly, it also covered his bones and muscles. Traces of lavender mist rushed out of his skin and covered his body. His cyan robe was burned to ashes in an instant. His hair, eyebrows, and other hairs were also burned into nothingness under this terrifying heat. Even though his willpower was extremely strong, Chen Zong felt that his body was about to melt, just like his hair and clothes, turning into ashes. With a move of his spiritual sense, the power of the heart sword also emerged and quickly spread out to resist the terrifying blazing aura. According to Chen Zong's guess, the power of the heart sword should be a type of transcendent force. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be inferior to transcendent force. It belonged to a different system of power from true qi and was even more powerful. The power of the heart sword was indeed very strong. It immediately resisted the terrifying blazing aura and was evenly matched. However, activating the power of the heart sword required the consumption of spiritual sense. Chunzong's spiritual sense was indeed not weak, but it wasn't endless. Moreover, activating the power of the heart sword consumed a lot of spiritual sense. Moreover, Chunzong was only at the foundation realm and hadn't reached the transcendent realm yet. To some extent, his spiritual sense was restricted and couldn't be fully utilized. Every breath, the consumption of spiritual sense by the heart sword was astonishing, because resisting this blazing aura consumed even more spiritual sense. After only 10 breaths, Chunzong felt that nearly a third of his spiritual sense had been consumed. The remaining spiritual sense could only last for another 20 breaths at most. Once his spiritual sense was exhausted, he would not be able to maintain the heart sword force. At that time, what should he use to resist this blazing aura? Would he be burned to ashes like those who had entered this place in the past? Chunzong didn't know, so he could only try his best to resist it. He hoped that the burning breath would be consumed before his soul sense was exhausted. After all, if he consumed his soul sense, so would the burning breath. It was late at night and all the miners had left to rest. Except for Chunzong, there was no other living creature in the mine. It was silent. Moreover, even if there were people around, they wouldn't come to this dangerous area. 20 breaths of time was actually very short, and it passed by very quickly. Am I going to die here? Chunzong smiled bitterly. In the Blue Waves world, when he faced the maniac, he fought with all his might until the very end. He recklessly unleashed the power of the heaven ascending pagoda, but the price he had to pay was the collapse of his body. He thought that he was dead for sure, but he actually stimulated the power of the heart sword seal and came to this world. Lingwu Holy World. It was a world that was more advanced than the Blue Waves world, and it was also the world where the heart sword seal originally existed. Here, Chunzong saw a more brilliant way of cultivation and the hope of becoming more powerful. Moreover, he had already embarked on this path. Death, everyone would encounter it and have to face it. However, Chunzong didn't expect that he would die so quickly and in such a way. He would die here unknowingly and silently. The last trace of his soul sense was also exhausted. Chunzong only felt as if he was constantly falling, sinking into an endless abyss. At the same time, the burning breath seemed to have exhausted its last trace of power. It quickly quieted down and disappeared without a trace. As the burning breath retreated, the light purple flame mist covering Chunzong's body also withdrew and retreated into his body. It could be seen that Chunzong's skin was not damaged. On the contrary, it looked more glossy. Chunzong was already unconscious. He was lying straight on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of fine black color drilled out of his bald head and kept growing longer. That was his hair. Then, his eyebrows also slowly grew out. After a period of time, his hair returned to its original length. However, each strand of hair looked more lustrous. If a comparison had to be made, his previous hair was withered grass, and now his hair was green grass. After 2 hours, Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly and he slowly opened them. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Immediately, Chunzong realized that he was still alive. He was still alive. This was a great joy. A feeling of joy emerged from the deepest part of his heart. Immediately, a feeling of weakness welled up and he had a splitting headache. Chunzong knew that this was the sequela of overexhausting his soul sense. However, he had recovered a little now. After waking up, he also operated the spirit refining method. His soul sense began to recover faster and his headache was relieved and gradually disappeared. Chunzong just took out a new robe from the storage ring and put it on. Immediately, he checked his body. As soon as he checked, Chunzong was shocked. His meridians were empty. There was nothing. All of his true chi had been exhausted. However, it was still okay. It was troublesome to completely exhaust it, but it could be recovered. What really surprised Chunzong was the meridians. The meridians that had been opened, whether it was the main meridians or the auxiliary meridians, were like channels that allowed true chi to flow freely without obstruction. Now, his meridians were still unobstructed, but they were twice as large as before. Moreover, the meridians were filled with a faint light as if they were a layer of protective film. Chen Zong could feel that his meridians had become tougher. The meridians had become thicker and tougher, which meant that they could hold more true chi. It also meant that the meridians could withstand the impact and eruption of power faster. Without a doubt, this was a very good thing. Chen Zong never expected that the mysterious purple flame would not burn him to death. Instead, it caused such a change in him. Between his bones, muscles, and internal organs, there was a layer of faint fluorescent light. It was like a layer of protective film that better protected him. When he looked inside himself, Chen Zong's vision finally focused on his abdomen. There was a faint purple mist condensing there. In the center of the purple mist, there was a thumb-sized cloud pattern flame. This purple flame seemed to have settled down in Chen Zong's abdomen as if it were its home. What on earth is this thing? Chen Zong did not know. He was too inexperienced. When he went back, he would have to look through the ancient books collected by the Blue Cloud sect. Perhaps he could find the answer. For now, it did not seem to be a bad thing that this thing had entered his body. At least it brought him some benefit. As for what would happen in the future, he would have to find out what it was first. Immediately, Chen Zong tried to touch the purple flame in his abdomen with his recovered spiritual sense. He immediately felt a burst of heat, but this heat was not like the feeling of being burned before. It seemed to have acknowledged him. He tried to communicate with it, but there was no response. The flame seemed to have some spirituality, but it did not have any intelligence. Of course, it was also possible that the flame did not want to acknowledge Chen Zong. All in all, he did not get any result. Chen Zong tried to see if he could mobilize the purple flame, but he found that the purple flame did not move at all. Even the surrounding faint purple mist was motionless, as if it was frozen in the space in his abdomen. Chen Zong could only give up after the fruitless attempt. He began to operate his cultivation method to restore his genuine qi. It was difficult to restore his genuine qi after it was completely consumed. However, when the first wisp of genuine qi appeared, the speed of recovery began to increase. Chen Zong was surprised by his genuine qi. Compared with before, it was completely different. He kept operating his cultivation method and urged it to the extreme. His genuine qi flowed in his meridians at an even faster speed. Immediately, Chen Zong was surprised by what happened. The originally motionless faint purple mist in his abdomen seemed to be inexplicably drawn. Wisps of it diffused into his meridians and merged with his genuine qi. It was another change that Chen Zong did not know about, but he could not stop it. He could only let nature take its course. When Chen Zong's genuine qi was completely restored, his appearance changed completely. First of all, in terms of quantity, it had doubled. Because his meridians had doubled, the amount of genuine qi fused had increased, so it doubled. Secondly, the purity of his genuine qi had also doubled, which meant that the explosive power had doubled. Third, the original genuine qi of the illusory fog heaven cloud had merged with the faint purple mist. In the midst of the change, there was a kind of blazing heat, which seemed to be able to melt fine steel in an instant. With a thought, new genuine qi suddenly emerged from his meridians and gathered in his hand. When he opened his palm, it could be seen that the genuine qi, which was originally white like clouds and mist, was now dyed with a faint layer of purple, which made it more dreamy. It condensed into the shape of a flame in the palm of his hand, swaying and burning fiercely. With a gentle press, the genuine qi flame instantly pierced through the hard cave wall and blasted a hole silently. It felt as easy as smashing tofu. So powerful! Chen Zong could not help but be shocked. This kind of power was at least several times stronger than the genuine qi from before. Chen Zong felt that this genuine qi could no longer be considered as the genuine qi cultivated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, but a new kind of genuine qi. At the same time, this genuine qi evolved from the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, so it could still be activated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique. I reckon that the purity of my genuine qi now is not inferior to the genuine qi cultivated by a mortal-level peerless technique that grasps the technique intent, Chen Zong thought to himself. He did not expect that he would encounter such an opportunity overnight, which caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength was at least several times stronger. With my current strength, even if I don't use the heart sword force, I can still defeat Lin Zhengchun, Chen Zong estimated after comparing. Of course, whether he could really defeat a half-step transcendent like Lin Zhengchun was still unknown without using his full strength. However, at the very least, he would not lose to him. This was his confidence. Getting up, Chen Zong quickly left and even placed the stone back in its original position. There were no traces of it being moved. His figure turned into a wisp of smoke, and his speed was much faster than before. He quickly left the tunnel and returned along the way. At this time, it was already close to dawn. The two guards outside the mine were resting with their eyes closed and did not notice any movement. Chen Zong had already left the mine and quickly returned to the clear cloud pavilion. Chapter 990. For the rest of the time, Chen Zong stayed in Clear Cloud Pavilion to meditate. A few days later, 3 people from the Blue Cloud sect arrived. One of them was a Transcendent Realm Master, while the other 2 were half-step Transcendent. Lin Zhengchun also returned with them. After the arrival of the sect's masters, Chen Zong completed his task and immediately left. As for how the affairs of Purple Cloud City would be handled and developed, that would be up to the Blue Cloud sect. It had nothing to do with Chen Zong. You stay here and wait for my news, Chen Zong said to Lin Zhengchun before leaving. Lin Zhengchun nodded. Since he had already come this far, he could only choose to believe in Chen Zong. He believed that the other party had the ability to let him enter the Blue Cloud sect and truly become a member of the Blue Cloud sect. Becoming a member of the Blue Cloud sect was Lin Zhengchun's wish. It was because of this that he was willing to cooperate with Chen Zong to take charge of Clear Cloud Pavilion and reorganize Purple Cloud City. Chen Zong left much faster than when he came, so he returned to the Blue Cloud sect in a shorter time to meet with Elder Lin. Come with me. Elder Lin first looked Chen Zong up and down, then nodded with a smile and said to Chen Zong. Following Elder Lin, Chen Zong arrived at the Blue Cloud sect's Clear Cloud Hall. The Clear Cloud Hall was built at the highest point of Clear Cloud Peak. It was the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect. Usually, only the sect master and the various elders would come here. Ordinary inner sect disciples did not have the qualifications. Inside the Clear Cloud Hall, Sect Master Li Qingji and a group of elders were all present. The Blue Cloud sect had more than a dozen Transcendent Realm Masters, but there was only one sect master and not many inner sect elders. There were only 5 of them, and Elder Lin was one of them. Sect Master Chen Zong is here, Elder Lin said as he led Chen Zong into the main hall. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Zong. They were scrutinizing Chen Zong as if they wanted to see through him. Chen Zong remained calm and indifferent. He was not affected at all. Disciple Chen Zong greets sect leader and elders. Chen Zong saluted with his sword. Chen Zong, tell me in detail what you did in Purple Cloud City, Elder Lin instructed. Although Chen Zong's letter was written, Elder Lin felt that it was not detailed enough. Chen Zong began to tell them everything that had happened after he arrived in the Purple Cloud City. Li Qingji and the elders listened quietly. Chenzong's words were clear and his speed was neither fast nor slow. It was very comfortable to listen to and made them feel as if they were there. Everyone, including Sect Master Li Qingji, felt that it would not be easy to obtain the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud iron in Purple Cloud City. However, they did not care too much about it. A Purple Cloud City was not worth their effort. They did not expect that in just a few days, Chenzong would conquer the Purple Cloud City and directly eradicate the Purple Brilliant Sect's Purple Brilliant House. When they first heard Elder Lin's words, they thought that he was joking. Therefore, they were now very curious about how Chenzong did it. A Foundation establishment cultivator, without the help of the sect, had conquered the chaotic Purple Cloud City. It was very curious. Chenzong explained the situation in brief but clear word. As for the final harvest in the Purple Cloud Mine, he did not mention it. Chenzong, do you know that deceiving the sect leader and the elders is a serious crime? An elder suddenly spoke with a cold face. Elder, how did I deceive them? Chenzong asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was not intimidated at all. According to what you said, you are only in the Foundation establishment realm. How can you fight against a half-step transcendent, let alone kill one? The elder's voice became even colder. A half-step transcendent could control spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it was 10 times stronger than true qi. The difference was very shocking. Chenzong may be very outstanding and had the strength of one of the top 10 inner sect disciples not long after becoming an inner sect disciple. However, it did not mean that he could fight against a half-step transcendent when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, even if it was a half-step transcendent outside the sect. With a bang, a faint purple cloud gushed out from Chenzong's body. This was the result of Chenzong using the heavenly illusory cloud art to stimulate his true qi. Chenzong's entire body was wrapped in a faint purple cloud, making him look hazy and illusory. It was as if the wind would blow him away. In the eyes of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they would think that the person in front of them was ethereal and difficult to capture. However, everyone present was a transcendent realm master, so they would not be confused. Merit intent. The elder who questioned Chenzong suddenly became aghast and exclaimed. Li Qingji and the other elders were also shocked. They all knew that Chenzong had chosen the top-grade mortal rank heavenly illusory cloud art in the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower and had successfully converted it. It had only been a little over 3 months, but he had actually cultivated it to the highest level and had even grasped the technique intent. Elder, take one of my sword strikes. As soon as Chenzong's voice fell, the white grand sword was unsheathed. Surrounded by a faint purple light, it turned into an extremely sharp sword wave. With a will that could tear the sky apart, it flew towards the elder who questioned Chenzong. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the incomparably sharp sword wave had already arrived. This elder was a transcendent realm master, so he reacted in an instant. Using his finger as a sword, he pierced through the sky and struck the sword wave. With a pop, the sword wave was instantly shattered. However, this elder did not show the slightest bit of pride. Instead, he became even more dignified. The power contained in the sword wave just now was very strong. I take back what I said just now. You indeed have the qualifications to compete with a half-step transcendent. You even have the qualifications to kill those half-step transcendents outside the sect. This elder did not get angry because Chenzong attacked him. Instead, he said excitedly. Hearing his words, Sect Master Li Qingji and the other elders became even more shocked. If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating the beheading wind sword art. The elder asked again, his voice filled with excitement. Moreover, you've already grasped the beheading wind sword intent. Li Qingji and the others did not know how to express the shock in their hearts. If they were not wrong, Chunzong should have only been cultivating the top-quality mortal-grade secret art and sword art for a little more than 3 months. Not only had he grasped the secret art, but he had also grasped the sword intent. How did he cultivate? Li Qingji and the other elders only felt that their minds were not enough. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. From birth until now, they had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps they had only heard some legends in the past, but those had nothing to do with the Blue Cloud sect or even the Dongqin region. After a while, the sect master and the elders gradually calmed down. Chunzong, you've indeed surprised us, but even if you've grasped the secret art and sword intent, you shouldn't have the strength to fight against and kill a half-step transcendent when you're only at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. Li Qingji spoke for the first time and also pointed out this point. The half-step transcendent outside the sect cultivated at least a high-quality mortal-grade secret art and martial art. Their spirit force was very strong and their martial art was at least at the transcendent realm. When they used their full strength, other than some special 9th layer Foundation establishment realm cultivators, no one else would be their match. What was a special 9th layer Foundation establishment realm cultivator? For example, when Yang Chaofan reached the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, the white lightning he controlled would be even more powerful. He would have the strength to threaten ordinary half-step transcendent cultivators. Sect Master, Elders, I'm sure you can feel that my true qi is different from normal top-quality mortal-grade true qi. Chunzong did not hesitate and quickly replied. Indeed, your Jin Qi is much purer than the top-grade Jin Qi of the mortal level. It's already very close to the spiritual energy of a normal half-step transcendent. The elder who shattered Chunzong's sword beam felt it the most directly. I believe you must have some secrets on your body. Li Qingji's eyes suddenly became sharp like a sword that had been unsheathed. Chunzong was startled as he felt a strong sense of threat for no reason. Soon after, the light in Li Qingji's eyes receded and became profound. He smiled faintly, however. Many geniuses have their own secrets. That's nothing. The sect will provide you with an environment for cultivation and a certain amount of protection, but we won't look into your secrets or covet your fortuitous encounters. However, we hope that you won't harm the interests of the sect. If you can contribute to the sect, that would be for the best. If we don't disappoint you, then Disciple won't abandon you, Chunzong said solemnly. His words were simple, but they were very clear. He directly expressed his attitude. If the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then I will be loyal to the Blue Cloud sect. On the other hand, if the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then they have no right to ask me for anything. Li Qingji and the others could not help but smile. They felt that this disciple had a strong personality. People with strong personalities would sometimes be liked, but sometimes they would be hated. It depended on the situation and whether or not they had the ability to show their personality. A personality without any ability was called arrogance. Completing the mission only qualifies you to become a true disciple. However, due to your outstanding performance, you will be specially promoted to a true disciple, Li Qingji said with a smile. Congratulations, Chunzong. You are now the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin said with a smile. Obtaining the qualification did not mean that one would definitely become a true disciple. Of course, there was a high chance, but one would still need to go through some tests and spend a lot of time. But now, Chunzong had directly skipped this stage and was now the 5th true disciple. Completing the mission in the Purple Cloud City was only one of the reasons. The other reason was naturally Chunzong's amazing perception. In just over 3 months, he had cultivated a top-grade mortal-level cultivation method and a top-grade mortal-level sword art to the extreme and grasped martial intent. If this news were to spread, it would cause a great sensation. With such an outstanding performance, he was not inferior to Yang Chaofan, who was born with extraordinary strength. With proper training, he would be able to make the Blue Cloud sect even stronger in the future. Chernzong, that Yu Jingtian is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Purple Glory sect. He is also a disciple of one of the elders. This time, he was almost killed by you. He has a grudge in his heart. In the future, when you leave the sect, you must be careful, Li Qingji said. This time, that old man Yu Wenhua will probably explode with anger, Elder Lin said with a smile. With Chernzong's ability, he may be able to break through to the transcendent realm in a few years. At that time, if Yu Wenhua wants to deal with him, he will have to think twice. The elder who questioned Chernzong just now also laughed. Chapter 991. The Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force and was considered a relatively powerful force. It had a deep foundation and a history of more than 1,000 years. The first floor of the Qinyun Sword Martial Tower had a rich collection of ancient books. To cultivators, cultivation was important, but if they only cultivated, they would lack common sense and sufficient accumulation. If they encountered something and didn't recognize it, it would undoubtedly be a helpless matter. Chernzong was already listed as a true disciple. Everything in the entire Qinyun Sword Martial Tower was open to Chernzong. There was no need for any merit or anything like that. On the first floor of the Qinyun Sword Martial Tower, Chernzong took out an ancient book that wasn't thick. There were 5 big words written on it: Record of Worldly Wonders. This was the 12th ancient book that Chernzong was reading. He wondered if he could find any information about the purple flame in his stomach. Worldly wonders are divided into heavenly wonders and earthly wonders. These wonders include water, fire, wind, and thunder. The first sentence attracted Chernzong's attention. He flipped through the pages one by one to increase his knowledge and accumulation. The record of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth recorded all kinds of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there were no extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, only extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Moreover, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were not complete, only a dozen or so. Moreover, the contents of those dozen or so earthly wonders weren't particularly detailed. When he flipped to the last few pages, Chernzong's gaze was suddenly attracted. It was a picture. The picture was very clear. It was a thumb-sized purple flame surrounded by a faint purple fire mist. It was vivid and lifelike, as if there was a trace of scorching heat. It felt like it wasn't a picture but a copy. After taking a closer look, Chernzong flipped to the next page. It was a text. Purple Cloud True Flame, one of the worldly wonders, earthly wonders. It was born from the purple cloud, or paragraphs of text introduction gave Chernzong a deeper understanding of the purple cloud true flame. Purple cloud ore was a general term. For example, the purple cloud ore was one of the purple cloud ores. There were also purple cloud copper ore, purple cloud cold silver ore, purple cloud mystical gold ore, and so on. The purple cloud iron ore was considered to be of a lower grade among the purple cloud ores. It was very difficult for it to nurture the purple cloud true flame. Generally speaking, only purple cloud mysterious gold ore could nurture it. However, life was unpredictable, and no one could say for sure that the purple cloud iron ore in the purple cloud city had given birth to the purple cloud true flame. What was even more coincidental was that it had taken the initiative to merge into Chernzong's body. The extraordinary powers of heaven and earth would choose their own masters. This was one of their characteristics. Of course, not all extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were like this. Take the purple cloud true flame for example. If Chernzong had not grasped the power of the heart sword and was able to resist it for 30 breaths of time and endure the most torturous fusion, Chernzong would have been burned to ashes. Since ancient times, it was not clear how many kinds of mystical powers there were. Other than the difference between heaven and earth, there was no clear ranking between them. However, some were more common while others were rarer. The purple cloud true flame was one of the more common type. Once a person obtained a mystical power of heaven and earth, and was able to endure the fusion stage, they would be cleansed by the mystical power of heaven and earth, causing some changes to their body. For example, Chunzong's meridians would expand and become tougher. In the end, a trace of the purple cloud true flame's power would even merge into his genuine qi, causing his genuine qi to change and become more powerful. After reading to the end, Chunzong closed the record of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth and put it back on the bookshelf. He let out a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. The purple cloud true flame had chosen him and had already merged with him. There would not be any side effects. On the contrary, it would only bring him benefits. The only downside was that Chunzong was still unable to use the true power of the purple cloud true flame. In terms of levels, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth belonged to the same level. Of course, some extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. The activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual sense, but the activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual energy. In other words, Chunzong had to be at least a half-step transcendent to be able to activate the purple cloud true flame. Having said that, the current Chunzong was indeed amazing. He had the heart sword force and the purple cloud true flame. In terms of potential alone, who knew how many transcendents he had? Compared to when I was in the Blue Waves world, my potential now is even greater, Chunzong said to himself. With a smile on his face, he stepped onto the second floor of the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower, then the third floor, and then the fourth floor. One of the benefits of being listed as a core disciple was that he could freely read and cultivate the various secret arts and martial arts in the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower. As for secret arts, Chunzong already had the heavenly illusory cloud art, so he could not cultivate anything else. Otherwise, he would have to change his cultivation. Naturally, there was no need to read more. As for sword arts, there was no requirement. The more, the better. The pure chi sword art was a sword art that used strength to suppress and shock the enemy. The power of each sword strike was very tyrannical. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of true chi. However, with Chunzong's current true chi, it was nothing to worry about. The Great River sword art was majestic and the sword momentum was continuous. Once the sword was used, it would be like a long river flowing endlessly. The consumption of true chi would increase from little to much. In addition to these two sword arts, Chunzong also chose the Golden Fragment sword finger and the Thunder Slaughter leg art. He could use a sword art with one hand and a sword finger with the other. He could also use a leg art with both legs. The combination was simply amazing. The 4 cultivation transfer spirit jades were quickly handed over to Chunzong. Taking the cultivation transfer spirit jades, Chunzong left the Azure Cloud Sword Marshal Tower and returned to the Core Disciple Hall. The Core Disciple Hall was the place where the core disciples lived and cultivated. It was located at the bottom left of the Azure Cloud main hall. Including Chunzong, there were currently 5 core disciples. Other than them, there were also attendants who served the 5 core disciples. Chun Shidi, the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, walked out of the core disciple hall and greeted Chunzong with a smile when he saw him. The Blue Cloud sect didn't have any shady dealings. To become a core disciple, one had to be extraordinary. For example, Yang Chaofan. Although his cultivation wasn't high enough and his strength wasn't strong enough, he was born with a transcendent secret power, which made him stand out. Senior brother Gao, Chunzong replied with a smile. Gao Bojun was much older than Chunzong. He was already 20 years old and his cultivation was half a step away from transcendent. As for why he could become a core disciple, Chunzong didn't know. It was considered a secret. The first core disciple was Li Zheni. He was the first disciple of sect leader Li Qingji. He was 21 years old and half a step away from transcendent. The third core disciple was Song Lingsu. She was 18 years old and her cultivation was at the peak of foundation building realm. She was only a step away from transcendent. The fourth core disciple was Yang Chaofan. He was 15 years old and his cultivation had increased. He was at the late stage of foundation building realm. There were many subhalls in the core disciple hall. One of them belonged to Chen Zong. This subhall was called the Qingang Hall. After entering the Qingang Hall, Chen Zong began to comprehend the sword technique. Purple Cloud City, Clear Cloud Pavilion. The current Clear Cloud Pavilion was different from the past. It was now the biggest force in the Purple Cloud City. No other force could compare to it. As for the brilliant Purple House, it was already history. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was the biggest force, and all the other forces had submitted to it. In addition, the Blue Cloud sect sent people over to take over. The current Purple Cloud City was no longer as chaotic as before. It had become orderly and no one was allowed to wantonly fight and destroy in the city. At first, the effect was not very good. However, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was heavy-handed. They had no choice but to accept it. Gradually, it became a habit. Today, Lin Zhengchun, who had received the letter, was very excited. He had finally realized his dream of entering the Blue Cloud sect. Do your job well. There might be a chance in the future. Lin Zhengchun said to Lin Jingyi and Lin Gu. He immediately left the Purple Cloud City and rushed to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Zhengchun's matter made Lin Gu, Lin Jingyi, and the others in the Clear Cloud Pavilion see the hope of entering the Blue Cloud sect. It also made them work even harder in the future. Chen Zong had already passed down the order. As a core disciple, his authority was not small. He had already surpassed the outer sect elders and was close to the inner sect elders. Lin Jingchun was a half-step transcendent stage expert and had the face of Chen Zong, a core disciple. Therefore, Lin Zhengchun became a deacon of the Blue Cloud sect. As a deacon, he would naturally receive corresponding benefits for serving the sect. The first 9 levels of a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique. As for the last level, one needed to have enough merit points to exchange for it. It was the same for spiritual level martial arts technique. Lin Jingchun was very happy about this. Previously, he did not have any spiritual level cultivation techniques to cultivate. Now that he had one, even if he was short of the last level, the first 9 levels were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. It would make his spiritual energy stronger and increase his strength. After becoming a core disciple, Chen Zong cultivated every day. When he was free, he would go to the Clear Cloud Sword Martial Tower to borrow a batch of ancient books to read. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. His true chi surged and broke through the shackles, becoming more powerful. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His true chi was even more powerful, making Chen Zong even stronger. In addition, Chen Zong had cultivated 2 sword techniques to the rudimentary stage. One of his finger sword techniques and one of his leg techniques had reached the trance stage. His understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra had increased by a little. Chen Zong, come to the Clear Cloud Hall quickly. A voice came from the core disciple token into Chen Zong's mind. Only Chen Zong could hear it. It was Elder Lin's voice. Chen Zong immediately left the Clear Cloud Hall and headed to the Clear Cloud Hall. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into the Clear Cloud Hall, he felt that the atmosphere was different from usual. It was somewhat oppressive and cold. In the hall, the sect master and several elders were present. In addition, Chen Zong also saw the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, and the third core disciple, Song Lingsu. As for the first core disciple, Li Qingyi seemed to have left the sect for a while. Then, a cold sneer exploded in his ears. Chen Zong looked over and saw many sharp and hostile gazes. Judging from their robes and insignia, they were not from the Blue Cloud sect. They were from the Purple Yao sect. You are Chen Zong, the one who conquered the Purple Cloud City. An elder from the Purple Yao sect spoke. His voice was as cold as a blade, as if he wanted to peel off a layer of Chen Zong's skin. Yuanhua, he is Chen Zong, the one who destroyed the Purple Yao sect and conquered the Purple Cloud City. Elder Wang, who had questioned Chen Zong before, chuckled. Everyone could hear the mockery in his words. Humph, it is just a Purple Cloud City. Although Yuanhua was not happy, he still said it with a disdainful face. You almost killed my brother. The Purple Yao sect disciple standing next to Yuanhua stared at Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his voice was as cold as a blade. I will settle this with you later. So, he was Yu Jingtian's brother. No wonder they looked so similar. However, Chen Zong did not take his threat to heart. Yu Jingyao, you have been a true disciple for a few years, but you want to challenge my Blue Cloud sect's new true disciple. Your face is really thick. Gao Bojun's tone was ridiculing, with a bit of irony. Gao Bojun, before that, I will shut you up. Yu Jingyao threatened coldly. Chapter 992. It was normal for sect members to communicate with each other. The Purple Brilliance sect had also decided to send a few outstanding disciples to compete with the Blue Cloud sect. In other words, it was a battle that they were confident in, to show the Purple Brilliance sect's prestige. Due to the incident in the Purple Cloud City, the Purple Brilliance sect had more or less lost face. Now they were here to win back some face. Of course, the Blue Cloud sect knew about the Purple Brilliance sect's plan, but they were not afraid. It was nothing more than a battle between disciples. Not long after, Yang Chaofan also arrived. Needless to say, everyone left the Azure Cloud Palace and moved to the Inner Sect training field. The Blue Cloud sect's Inner Sect disciples also came to watch the battle. This time, we have 3 disciples from the Purple Brilliance sect. Feel free to fight. Yuanhua's eyes flashed with a purple light. His face was full of smiles, but his words were sharp. Let these 3 disciples of the Purple Brilliance sect see the abilities of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples. I will fight the first battle. A 16 or 17-year-old boy beside Yuanhua stepped out with an arrogant attitude. His eyes swept across the crowd, and a powerful aura spread out. You. Who will fight with me? Shen Haohong is a new Inner Sect disciple of the Purple Brilliance sect. He is also my disciple, and has some talent. Yuanhua laughed, but I think his mentality is still unstable, so it's inevitable for him to be arrogant. I hope someone from the Blue Cloud sect can defeat him, and let him know that there is always someone better than him, so he can restrain himself. One had to admit that Yuanhua had a good grasp of the situation. A new Inner Sect disciple was enough to make the Blue Cloud sect think twice. If they sent an experienced Inner Sect disciple, defeating him was nothing, but losing would be embarrassing. Let me. Yang Chaofan stepped out and faced Shen Haohong. Yang Chaofan was also a new Inner Sect disciple, so he was the most suitable one to fight. You are the 4th direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, right? Don't lose to me, an Inner Sect disciple of the Purple Brilliance sect. Shen Haohong sneered, his words sharp. In other words, even if Yang Chaofan won, he deserved it, but if he lost, it would be embarrassing. As you wish. Yang Chaofan faintly smiled, and his aura instantly soared. Vaguely, a blazing hot aura filled the air. This blazing hot aura was filled with Yang Qi, causing Yang Chaofan's temperament to become even more masculine. This was the top-grade mortal skill, the mysterious Yang art. Over the past 4 months, Yang Chaofan had managed to successfully switch to cultivating the mysterious Yang art with the help of the sect. Furthermore, he had reached the 6th level of the mysterious Yang art, and his mysterious Yang Jinqi was much purer than before. Peak of the 7th level of the Foundation Realm. The elders of the Blue Cloud sect were all startled and somewhat delighted. This kind of cultivation speed was indeed very fast. Well, if you don't compare him to Chen Zong. With a loud bang, An aura gushed out from Shun Haohong's body. Vaguely, there seemed to be wisps of purple light shuttling around his body. Purple Qi dazzling technique. The 7th floor. There is nothing special about this disciple of mine. It's just that his cultivation method is a bit different from ordinary people. Yuanhua laughed once more. The Purple Qi Brilliant Light Secret Art was a very famous top-grade mortal-level art in the Purple Yao sect. It was also one of the top-grade mortal-level arts. It was even better than the mysterious Yang art, so it was naturally more difficult to cultivate. The Qingyun sword was founded on the sword, while the Purple Yao sect was founded on Qi. They both had their own strength. Shun Haohong had actually cultivated it to the 7th floor, which was very shocking. However, thinking about Chen Zong's cultivation speed, Li Qingji and the other elders of the Blue Cloud sect didn't think much of it. This made the originally proud Yuanhua very surprised. Shun Haohong's cultivation was also at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Let me see what is so special about a direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Shun Haohong sneered coldly. He suddenly opened his right hand and his 5 fingers curled. Like a palm, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw. Wisps of light purple flowing aura quickly converged between his 5 fingers. The aura was like a torrent that passed through the gaps between his 5 fingers. Yang Chaofan's expression was solemn. He felt like he was being grabbed by invisible fingers and almost suffocated. His fingers were like a sword and a jade-white light flowed like water. Shortly after, traces of red light filled the air. The jade-white sword finger powered by the mysterious Yang Qi was much more powerful. It pierced through the air like a sharp sword and shot toward Shun Haohong. The jade-white sword finger was broken and a ray of red light appeared. It was majestic and carried a shocking power as it slashed down. Pure origin sword art. With just a glance, Chen Zong recognized the sword art Yang Chaofan was using. It was the top-grade mortal skill pure origin sword art that had been cultivated to the large success stage. To be able to cultivate a top-grade mortal skill to the large success stage in 4 months was indeed very outstanding. Ordinary Foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to do so. Only outstanding geniuses could do it. At the large success stage, one could fully display the power of the sword art. However, the moves were still relatively rigid and lacked variety. The sword aura was powerful as it split the purple light in half. Shun Haohong's expression suddenly changed. His qi surged and his aura seemed to have climbed up another level. His 5 fingers formed a hook and suddenly grabbed toward the majestic sword light. The Azure Cloud sect was best at sword arts, while the Purple Brilliant sect was best at cultivation arts. This Purple Brilliant Light art had its own uniqueness, and its power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Yang Chaofan and Shun Haohong attacked with all their might. The battle was intense and powerful. Purple Qi from the east. With a roar, a faint purple light suddenly covered Shun Haohong's face. Behind Shun Haohong, a purple aura seemed to appear. It was vast and majestic like the clouds. With a palm attack, the purple aura flowed like a giant wave and rushed out. Under this palm attack, Yang Chaofan's pure Yuan sword art was directly shattered. His whole body was blown away as his qi and blood trembled and his qi dispersed. Purple Qi from the east. Shun Haohong roared again as the second palm attack arrived. Yang Chaofan quickly adjusted his qi and performed the pure Yuan sword art again. With a sword attack, the sword light was shattered and his whole body was blown away again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Haohong, don't go too far. Yuanhua laughed as he became more and more proud. After all, Shun Haohong was only an inner disciple of the Purple Radiant sect, while his opponent was a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Purple Qi from the east. Shun Haohong threw out the third palm attack. This palm attack was not something Yang Chaofan could handle and would immediately be wounded. At this critical moment, Yang Chaofan's eyes widened as white lightning flashed through them. Immediately after, streaks of white electric current rapidly spread out and condensed on his sword finger. When he slashed through the air, it was as if a sword of white lightning had broken through the air and slashed down. After his cultivation had improved, with Li Qingji's guidance and his own talent, Yang Chaofan had become more familiar with the usage of the white lightning power. His speed of activating it had increased by a lot. The power of white lightning tore through the air like a sword. It was unstoppable, instantly destroying Shun Haohong's purple cloud from the east. The attack landed on Shun Haohong's body. Shun Haohong's face changed drastically. He summoned all of his power in an instant. His face turned purple, but he was unable to block the terrifying power of the attack. With a boom, Shun Haohong was blown away. He could only feel that his body was numb and did not listen to him at all. A horrifying power was rampaging inside his body. Yuanhua hurried to catch Shun Haohong and quickly dispelled the white lightning power that had invaded his body. Transcendent power! Yuanhua put down the heavily injured Shun Haohong and stared at Yang Chaofan, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to actually have a genius who was born with transcendent powers. Yuanhua was well aware that a genius born with transcendent powers could easily break through to the transcendent realm and cultivate their transcendent powers to a high level. Their strength was astonishing. Moreover, if they were willing to work hard, they could even master an additional transcendent force. A transcendent who had mastered 2 transcendent forces was undoubtedly even more terrifying. If this place was not the Blue Cloud sect, Yuanhua might have directly killed him. Shun Haohong's face was pale as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with unwillingness. In terms of strength, he was superior to Yang Chaofan, but he had not expected his opponent to possess such terrifying power. Su Wei, perform well. Yuanhua glanced over at his other disciple and said indifferently, "Yes, honored master." Su Wei bowed and stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as a wicked smile appeared on his face. "I wonder which disciple of the Blue Cloud sect is willing to exchange pointers with me." Su Wei was a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect, ranked 3rd. His cultivation was very high and his strength was undeniable. Most of the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciples were not his opponents. Besides Chun Zong, the only ones who could fight against him were Gao Bojun and Song Lingsu. But besides Su Wei, the other side had an even stronger opponent, Yu Jingyao. "Let me do it." Song Lingsu walked out and faced Su Wei. Song Lingsu's appearance was not very beautiful, but she had a very elegant temperament, giving people a feeling of elegance and gentleness. Her voice was also very gentle, making people feel comfortable listening to it. "Don't worry, I will be merciful." Su Wei's eyes lit up and he immediately teased. "Take this sword." Song Lingsu replied. Her soft sword trembled, and with the injection of true qi, it instantly became hard. The sword broke through the air and cut open the wind. The sword was extremely fast. It was the Wind Cutter sword art. It could be seen that Song Lingsu's Wind Cutter sword art had been cultivated to the impeccable realm and was extremely powerful. "Purple leaf piercing hand!" Su Wei shouted in a low voice. Purple qi rose and purple light filled the air. His hands intertwined like butterflies, moving at an extremely fast speed. They looked like 2 purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Their forces were connected to each other, intertwining endlessly, yet soft and tough. Su Wei also cultivated the Purple Brilliant art and had reached the 8th level, 1 level higher than Shun Haohong. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation realm. The Wind Cutter sword art's power was constantly being weakened by the purple leaf piercing hand. The body of the sword was constantly hit, making it difficult for Song Lingsu to hold the sword in her hand. True qi surged and the sword changed. The body of the sword disappeared and turned into a gust of wind. pierced through the purple leaf-piercing hand and shot toward Su Wei. The impeccable realm windcutter sword art became even more flexible under Song Lingsu's soft sword. The body of the sword was sometimes hard and sometimes soft, like a dancing snake. Chapter 993. The purple light pierced through the sky. The soft sword in Song Lingsu's hand straightened instantly. The sword tip shone brightly, tearing the sky apart. This sword contained all of Song Lingsu's true qi. It was the most powerful attack of the wind cutter sword art. As the sword slashed down, the fine sword light broke through the purple clouds and headed towards Su Wei. Purple cloud sky encirclement. Su Wei's expression changed. The sword tip was so sharp that it felt like it was going to cut him in half. He immediately unleashed an even more powerful attack. Purple clouds filled his face. Even his eyes were covered in a layer of purple light. The purple cloud radiance's true qi exploded completely. It was even more shocking than before. This attack was even more powerful than the purple cloud from the east. Streaks of purple light swept out, filled with horrifying power. It was as if they could destroy everything. Like a flood, they destroyed the sword light and sent Song Lingsu flying. After landing on the ground, she took a few steps back and forced herself to stop. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura weakened. Sorry. I thought you could take this attack." Su Wei pretended to be surprised. "Hypocrite!" An inner sect disciple scolded without hiding his voice. "I'm just a scumbag," another inner sect disciple said angrily. Su Wei's expression did not change after hearing that. However, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. "I'm sorry. This disciple of mine doesn't know how to control his strength." Yuanhua chuckled. He flicked his finger and a pellet flew towards Song Lingsu. "This purple recovery pellet will heal you." The purple recovery pellet was a unique healing pellet from the Purple Glory sect. Its healing effect was quite good. However, an inner sect elder waved his hand and the pellet flew towards Yuanhua at an even faster speed. "The Blue Cloud sect has its own pellets," the elder said. "I wonder if there are any other disciples from the Blue Cloud sect who would like to exchange pointers with me." Su Wei spoke again. He glanced around and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry. I'll be more careful this time." "Humph, shameless boasting." Gao Bojun coldly snorted. "Since you want to fight so much, I'll let you fight to your heart's content." Gao Bojun knew that Chen Zong was not weak and could be ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. However, he would not be stronger than Song Lingsu. Naturally, he would not be a match for her. If Chen Zong fought and was defeated, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation would be tarnished. It would be better for him to fight. After all, he and Su Wei had been true disciples for many years. Gao Bojun took a step forward, but Su Wei's expression changed greatly. He was indeed very confident, but in comparison, Gao Bojun was a half-step transcendent, and his strength was much stronger than his own. "Gao Bojun, is this all you've got?" Yu Jingyao suddenly said. He walked out with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Su Wei. "Then it's your turn." Gao Bojun shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression. Gao Bojun did not care whether Su Wei would fight or not. He was just a foundation-level cultivator. His strength might be strong, but it was nothing to him. The difference between a foundation-level cultivator and a half-step transcendent was huge. Moreover, both of them were considered geniuses. Swords were drawn, and a powerful aura spread out from Gao Bojun and Yu Jingyao's body. Both of them were half-step transcendent experts. Their true qi had already been converted into spiritual power. Moreover, both of them had cultivated low-class spiritual skills, which made them even more powerful. A shocking pressure spread out, making all the inner sect disciples feel pressured. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but he was also shocked. The pressure from this level of spiritual power was much stronger than Lin Jingquan's. In addition to the martial arts that they cultivated, they were much stronger than Lin Zhengchun. Half-step transcendent was just a general term. There were also differences in strength. A powerful half-step transcendent could kill a weak half-step transcendent in one move. A blue aura surrounded Gao Bojun's body. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Gao Bojun looked like he was going to fly with the wind. His extraordinary demeanor made all the female disciples' eyes shine. Even the male disciples were subdued by Gao Bojun's demeanor. A purple brilliance spread out from Yu Jingyao's body. A powerful and majestic aura surged out, making Yu Jingyao feel very domineering. It was a sharp contrast to Gao Bojun. The blue aura was like a ray of light that flashed by, causing everyone to unconsciously narrow their eyes. The long blade was already pointed at Yu Jingyao. The blue blade aura was extremely oppressive. Gao Bojun was the only one among the 5 direct disciples who did not cultivate the sword. He cultivated the blade. Yu Jingyao opened his hands. A pair of half-finger gloves emitted a purple light, causing his palms to swell up. Gao Bojun, take my move. Yu Jingyao smiled coldly and waved his hand. A purple palm print tore through the air like a thin sheet of paper and fiercely flew towards Gao Bojun. Insignificant skill. Gao Bojun curled his lips into a smile. With a light flick of his wrist, a blue blade aura shot out. Gao Bojun cultivated the blue cloud sect's only mortal grade top grade blade technique. 13 slashes. Once this blade technique was used, each strike seemed to go against the flow of water. The power behind each strike was astonishing, and under the stimulation of spirit qi, its power was even more terrifying. Half-step transcendent realm cultivators could cultivate spirit-grade secret arts, but they could not cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. This was because using spirit-grade martial arts not only consumed one's spirit qi, but also one's spiritual sense. Half-step transcendents did not have spiritual sense. Without spiritual sense, it was impossible to display the power of a spirit-grade martial art. It was just an empty shell, not even as practical as a mortal-grade martial art. Therefore, whether it was Gao Bojun or Yu Jingyao, they both cultivated mortal-grade top-grade martial arts. Because of their high cultivation and long periods of cultivation, both of them had reached the impeccable realm. Their power was astonishing. The 13 slashes countercurrent was launched. Each slash was faster and stronger than the previous one. He continuously slashed out. In an instant there were 13 slashes. 13 sharp and tyrannical saber lights seemed to go against the current, blasting towards Yu Jingyao from the front. Yu Jingyao threw out both of his hands like claws and palms. Purple light filled the air, and its power was shocking. It was also a martial art that was very famous in the purple brilliant martial art, Purple Qi Luo Sky Hand. Purple Qi from the East and Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand were actually moves from Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand. When Purple Qi from the East was displayed by Yu Jingyao, its power was even more terrifying. Purple light filled the sky, like a vast expanse of clouds, as it rushed out. The 13 blade auras were tyrannical and flexible, like fish in water, and the purple qi in the sky was like a torrent. Gao Bojun's body and the blade seemed to have merged into one, following the 13 sharp blade auras, and rushed towards Yu Jingyao. Yu Jingyao's arms shook, and a series of explosive sounds burst out. His hands seemed to have expanded, and the power of his attacks was even more vigorous, like a flood breaking through a dam. This was not Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand, but another mortal-grade top-grade martial art that Yu Jingyao cultivated. The Purple Brilliant sect was not weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, there was more than one mortal-grade top-grade martial art in the sect, and Yu Jingyao, as the grandson of the inner sect elder Yu Wenhua, was one of the few true disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect. Naturally, he had a high status, and could cultivate any kind of martial art at will. Since Yu Jingyao was like this, Gao Bojun naturally would not only cultivate one blade art. Holding the blade with one hand, Gao Bojun's other hand suddenly contracted, and his palm sank inwards. Tyrannical true qi quickly condensed in his palm, constantly rotating, and traces of cyan light became more and more intense. When he attacked, it was as if the stars were collapsing. Heavenly star exploding yuan palm. What a strong power! Is this the true strength of a true disciple? The inner sect disciples were shocked, and the half-step transcendent sect deacons were also shocked. This kind of strength. Chernzong carefully compared and found that if he did not use the heart sword force, he would not be able to defeat either of them. At most, he would be able to contend with them. After all, after obtaining the purple cloud true flame, his strength had increased by a lot. However, what he used was true qi, and not spiritual power. If his true qi also transformed into spiritual power, he could easily defeat these two. Even if they joined hands, they would not be able to change the outcome. But overall, it was not clear whether Gao Bojun or Yu Jingyao's strength was really strong, completely surpassing all the previous geniuses in Blue Wave's world. Even those top geniuses who had not broken through to the transcendent realm could not be compared to them. One had to know that people like Tsanggu's Holy Sun were the top geniuses in Blue Wave's world, but Gao Bojun and Yu Jingyao were not the top geniuses in Lingwu Holy World. At best, they were just slightly more outstanding geniuses in Dongchen World. The gap between worlds brought about a disparity in various aspects. The battle between Gao Bojun and Yu Jingyao was becoming more and more intense. Qi energy was overflowing, and the majority of the inner sect disciples who were close to a certain range were affected by the shockwave. Only death awaited them. So terrifying, is this the strength of a quasi-sun genius? An inner sect disciple secretly said, and could not help but clench his fists. There were several blazing suns in Dongchen World, and that was the title of the strongest in the younger generation. There were also some geniuses who were second only to the blazing suns, and they were called quasi-sun geniuses. Below them were the morning star geniuses, and they represented the rising morning star. They had the hope of rising to the sky, shining brightly, and becoming a blazing Sunday. If a quasi-sun genius strength was already so terrifying, then what about the strength of the blazing suns? It was unimaginable. Yuanhua's expression was slightly dignified. In the battle with Gao Bojun, Yu Jingyao did not have any advantage. Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. Another tyrannical move was launched. 13 slashes countercurrent. 13 nimble and tyrannical blade lights merged together, and immediately shattered the purple cloud heavenly net. Purple cloud illuminating the world. The final move of the purple cloud heavenly hand was launched. Purple cloud illuminating the world was the final move of the purple cloud heavenly hand, and also the most tyrannical move. It was a combination of purple cloud east and purple cloud heavenly net. When it was launched, purple light filled the sky, and Gao Bojun's figure was submerged. I won. The corner of Yu Jingyao's mouth curled up into a confident smile. With this move, he was sure to win. A sudden change occurred. Amidst the seemingly endless purple light, a green light suddenly flashed. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the dark clouds and instantly broke through the sky. The strongest move of the 13 slashes countercurrent, where 13 blade lights merged into one. The majestic blade light tore through the purple light, and Gao Bojun's figure turned into a wisp of smoke, as if he had lost all weight. He instantly closed in on Yu Jingyao, and his left palm struck out. Exploding, tyrannical, cosmic exploding yuan palm. Chapter 994. Elder Wang flicked his finger, and a pill with a green halo broke through the air and flew towards the pale-faced Yu Jingyao. It was the blue cloud sex healing pill, the green essence pill. No need to trouble yourself. Yuanhua waved his sleeve, and the green essence pill flew back the way it came. Yuanhua's face darkened when he saw that Yu Jingyao was defeated by Gao Bojun. The purpose of bringing 3 powerful disciples here was naturally to show off their strength. In the end, they didn't expect that only Su Wei would be able to defeat an opponent of the same level, and the other 2 would be defeated, causing them to lose face. As Yu Wenhua's eldest disciple, Su Wei quickly grasped the dissatisfaction in Yu Wenhua's heart. He suddenly changed his mind and looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. You conquered the Purple Cloud City by yourself. I'm very curious about you. Su Wei stepped forward and said to Chen Zong with a smile, You must be very courageous. You won't refuse my challenge, right? Su Wei's strength was obvious to all. It could be said that he was very powerful in the Foundation establishment realm. Even a half-step transcendent like Lin Zhengchun wouldn't dare to say that he could win easily. There weren't many people who really knew Chen Zong's strength, so they were inevitably worried. When Gao Bojun was about to speak, Chen Zong had already stepped forward and walked in front of Su Wei. Since you have a request, I'll give you a defeat. Chen Zong's tone was calm, but it gave people a faint feeling of disdain. This made Su Wei furious, and he secretly made up his mind to teach Chen Zong a lesson that he would never forget. Yu Wenhua frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Yu Wenhua also knew about Chen Zong from Yu Jingtian, but Yu Jingtian didn't tell him the truth. Instead, he hid some things, such as Chen Zong's true strength. The reason why he hid it was not intentional, but because he felt embarrassed. He had actually been suppressed by a Blue Cloud sect disciple who was younger than him. He had lost all his dignity. Therefore, when he returned, he did not reveal the truth. He only said that the other party had a treasure and relied on the treasure to defeat and kill Chongshan. As for the transcendent who had rescued Yu Jingtian, he hadn't arrived at that time, so it was unclear what the situation was like. Being able to save Yu Jingtian was already quite good. Shameless boasting. With a cold snort, Su Wei directly attacked. His first move was purple chi from the east, showing no mercy. With a loud bang, the purple airflow rolled out like a purple cloud in the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Su Wei had already activated his Zhen Qi to the fullest. There was no movement, but there was only a flash of white sword light. At the same time, the sound of the sword rang in everyone's ears. The beam of sword light was like a white bird flying across the water surface. It was extremely fast and vigorous, making people feel relaxed and happy. The violet chi was torn apart in an instant, and Su Wei was sent flying backward, as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. Blood sprayed through the air. Yu Jingyao and Shen Haohong's eyelids couldn't help twitching, while Yu Wenhua's expression sank. None of them had expected that Su Wei would not even be able to withstand a single sword strike from the other party. It was obvious that the other party had held back, otherwise Su Wei would have been killed in one blow. This strength is comparable to a half-step transcendent, but his cultivation is still in the Foundation realm. Yu Wenhua was shocked. Possessing half-step transcendent strength in the Foundation realm was indeed rare. Even a genius like Su Wei could barely compete with an ordinary half-step transcendent. And the purity of that true chi. Thinking so, Yu Wenhua couldn't help but frown. The purity of that true chi was completely beyond imagination. Even if one cultivated a top-rank mortal-grade secret art to the highest level and grasped the secret art, it would still be impossible for it to be so pure. The purer the true chi, the easier it was for the other party to transform their true chi into spirit energy. In other words, the other party could raise his cultivation to the half-step transcendent realm in a short period of time. A 15-year-old half-step transcendent, just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. Originally, he had planned to win back some ground, but in the end, he had lost another, losing all face. Yu Wenhua had no intention of staying any longer, otherwise he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. He was very clear about the temperament of his old rival. Taking Yu Jingyao and his 2 disciples with him, he immediately left the Blue Cloud sect. No matter how one looked at it, He was a bit dejected. The inner sect disciples also gradually dispersed, but their impression of Chen Zong was even deeper. He had only been an inner sect disciple for a few months, yet he had already become a core disciple with such terrifying strength. Junior brother, good skill. Gao Bojun was also very surprised. He thought that Chen Zong's potential was very high, just like Yang Chaofan, but his current strength was not strong enough. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. Senior brother is even stronger. Chen Zong smiled. I'm a few years older than you. Gao Bojun smiled. With your junior brother's talent, it won't be long before you catch up to me and surpass me. Although Gao Bojun was somewhat flattering Chen Zong, he was also expressing his own inner feelings. Junior brother is too strong, I'm not your opponent at all. Song Lingsu also smiled, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Senior sister is too kind. Chen Zong smiled. I think it won't be long before senior sister breaks through to half-step transcendent. At that time your strength will greatly increase. Maybe you'll break through earlier than me. Song Lingsu smiled. Yang Chaofan didn't walk over, instead staring at Chen Zong's back, secretly clenching his fists. Chen Zong was the same as him, promoted to the inner sect a few months ago, while he became a core disciple earlier. However, his opponent's strength was something he could only look up to. Yang Chaofan felt that even if he used the power of White Thunder, he wouldn't be his opponent. However, I won't admit defeat just like that. Yang Chaofan thought to himself. Not only did Chen Zong's strength not defeat him, but it also ignited his inner fighting spirit. Qinggang Palace. Greetings, Elder. Chen Zong bowed to Elder Lin. Haha, you're now a core disciple, there's no need for you to bow to me. Elder Lin smiled. The status of a core disciple wasn't much lower than the inner sect disciples, they were already on equal footing. I'm a junior and you're a senior. I can't be rude. Chen Zong smiled, bowing to Elder Lin, not because of his status, but because he was an elder. Of course, age didn't mean that Chen Zong would treat him as an elder worthy of respect. People were mutual. If you were good to me, I would be good to you. If you weren't good to me, why should I be good to you? Chen Zong wouldn't repay kindness with kindness, and he didn't like to repay kindness with kindness. Have you heard of a secret technique? Elder Lin was always straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush. Secret technique. Chen Zong nodded his head. He had come into contact with many secret techniques in Blue Wave's world, but unfortunately, he wasn't used to this world. As for the secret techniques of this world, Chen Zong hadn't come into contact with them. At least, he hadn't seen them in the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, and he hadn't seen anyone else use them. He guessed that there shouldn't be many secret techniques, and they should be very precious. Elder Lin's next words also confirmed this point. Secret techniques were really precious, at least in the Dongchen territory. Blue Cloud Sect, a 4-star force, actually only had 2 secret techniques. One is a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, and the other is a second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky Shattering Sword Qi. Elder Lin said, a first-grade secret technique is more difficult to cultivate than a mortal-level top-grade martial art. Most foundation establishment cultivators can't cultivate it. In theory, a first-grade secret technique is equivalent to a half-step transcendent. Chen Zong listened carefully. If that was the case, then the secret techniques of this world were more advanced than those of Blue Wave's world. The first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, was only qualified to be cultivated by elders and half-step transcendent realm true disciples. It could be considered a kind of benefit. As for other half-step transcendents, in addition to having enough merit points, they also needed to be recognized by the sect. In other words, they needed to be recognized as loyal by the sect. As for the second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky Shattering Sword Qi, it was the highest secret technique of the Blue Cloud sect. It was also the so-called sect guarding secret technique. Currently, there were very few people cultivating it, except for the sect master and several inner sect elders. Elder came to find me and told me this. Chen Zong couldn't help but be curious. He had some guesses in his heart. Haha, you're right. Elder Lin laughed and immediately took out a cultivation relaying spirit jade. After I discussed it with the elders and obtained the sect master's approval, I decided to pass on the Qingyun sword body secret technique to you in advance. Perhaps with your perception, you'll be able to cultivate Qingyun sword body before reaching half-step transcendence. Many thanks, Elder and Sect Master. Chen Zong smiled and accepted the cultivation relaying spirit jade. Firstly, it was because he had obtained a secret technique. Secondly, he could see the brilliance of this world's secret technique. Cultivate well. When you succeed, remember to tell me. Elder Lin patted Chen Zong on the shoulder and turned to leave. After sending Elder Lin away, Chen Zong closed the Azure Dipper Temple and began to accept the information contained in the cultivation relaying spirit jade. Streaks of mysterious and ancient runes that were suffused with a green radiance flowed and entered Chen Zong's body. Gradually, they formed a three-dimensional figure that was emitting a green radiance. Shortly after, a blue aura was born from the figure and quickly swam around. It emitted a kind of shocking sharpness that wanted to penetrate through the figure. Suddenly, the figure exploded and turned into countless pieces of information that were accepted by Chen Zong. After a while, Chen Zong opened his eyes and a faint blue light flashed through them. Sure enough, although it was only a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun sword body was much more profound than illusory fog heavenly cloud art. If it were most of the Foundation Realm cultivators, they would have to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. However, Chen Zong was different. With his powerful soul and superb perception, Chen Zong quickly grasped some of the mysteries of Qingyun sword body. He continued to comprehend it without any hindrance. About an hour later, all the mysteries of Qingyun sword body were grasped by Chen Zong. When using the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world, there will usually be a lot of side effects. However, the secret techniques of this world don't have any side effect. Chen Zong couldn't help but be surprised. No, it should be said that the side effects were different. The side effects of the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world were that the user would become weak and so on. However, the side effects of the secret techniques of this world were that the user would consume energy. After using the secret techniques, the user would become stronger, but the consumption of energy would increase. Since he had comprehended Qingyun sword body, Chen Zong immediately began to cultivate it. He strived to master Qingyun sword body in the shortest time possible. Chapter 995. The season changed and winter arrived. Early in the morning, frost began to fall. A lavender aura surrounded Chen Zong's body like clouds and mist. It made his figure even more hazy, like a dream. Nearly a month later, Chen Zong's cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. This speed of improvement was quite amazing. Is Chen Shidi here? Chen Zong had just finished cultivating when Gao Bojun's voice came from outside the hall. Senior brother Gao, what's the matter? Chen Zong's voice came out. His figure flashed and he opened the door, only to see Gao Bojun standing outside. Chen Shidi, make a long story short. Gao Bojun also didn't beat around the bush. Senior brother Li Jini sent me a message saying that he found an underground palace in the floating cloud mountain range. It's located at the junction of the Dongchen realm, Yong'an and Yanshan mountains. I think Chen Shidi's strength is quite good. If you're interested, you might as well go and explore together. Alright. Chen Zong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. His current cultivation was very smooth, and there were no obstacles. His cultivation was constantly improving, and his various martial arts had reached a very profound level. He had also mastered martial intent. Then we'll leave immediately. It will take about half a month to reach the destination, Gao Bojun said. The two of them didn't have much to pack, so they stored their things in their storage rings. After informing the sect, they quickly left. Experts were never born from greenhouse flowers. Only after experiencing the tempering of life and death would they be able to forge an indomitable will. Only then would they be able to surpass the ordinary. Thus, the sect would not restrict their disciples from going out to temper themselves. This was also the case for true disciples. What's more, Galbojun and Chenzong hadn't left the Dongchen realm, let alone this area. In the eyes of the sect, this kind of experience wasn't too dangerous. As soon as they left the Blue Cloud sect, Galbojun and Chenzong used their movement techniques to hurry on their way. The Blue Cloud sect only had one mortal-level supreme-grade movement skill, 1,000 miles of mist. Galbojun, Song Lingsu, and Chenzong all cultivated it. However, Chenzong had already cultivated the 1,000 miles of cloud and smoke, while Galbojun had only cultivated to the trance stage. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than Chenzong's, so his speed was very fast with the help of his spiritual power. After using the movement technique for a long time, the two of them would stop and rest for a moment to recover their strength. If they encountered any danger and were unable to defend themselves due to the excessive consumption of strength, it would be very tragic. Junior brother, has your 1,000 miles of mist already reached the Ruhua realm? Galbojun asked in surprise. Chenzong smiled but said nothing. Should he say that his 1,000 miles of mist had already mastered the movement technique? If he said that, it would be unavoidable to show off. Galbojun didn't get to the bottom of it, because it would only annoy people. The two of them chatted casually. After half an hour, their strength was almost recovered, so they continued to use their movement techniques to hurry on their way. Chenzong's predecessor, Chunqingzong, had a very monotonous experience. The longest journey was from Qinglin City to the Blue Cloud sect, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Along the way, the two of them encountered several robberies. They were all rogue cultivators who had been reduced to robbers. Those who had been reduced to robbers were usually not very strong and were not a match for the two of them at all. Time flew. Chenzong and Galbojun entered the Floating Cloud Mountain. The Floating Cloud Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, crossing the territory of Dongchen. The scenery of the Floating Cloud Mountain was ancient, with towering trees. It was a primitive landscape, but some places were broken. Obviously there had been a great battle. It didn't take long for Chenzong to see a figure standing on a big rock a few meters high. The man was dressed in green, carrying a long sword on his back, and was about the same age as Galbojun. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He had an imposing appearance, and his face seemed to be shining with a slight smile. "Senior brother," Galbojun immediately shouted as soon as he saw the man. "Junior brother Gao." The man responded, and then his eyes fell on Chenzong's face. "This is Chenzong, the new successor disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and Chen Shidi. I'm Li Zheni." "Greetings, senior brother." Chenzong saluted. "Chen Shidi." Li Zheni saluted back. From this point, Chenzong more or less understood Li Zheni's character. Without further ado, Li Zheni immediately led Galbojun and Chenzong to the underground palace. While waiting for the two junior brothers to arrive, I went into the underground palace several times, but I could only go a few thousand meters each time. Li Zheni said as he led the way. He told Galbojun and Chenzong about his experiences in the underground palace so that Galbojun and Chenzong could understand. "Senior brother, did you find anyone from the other sect?" Galbojun asked. "Not yet." Li Zheni smiled. "But we can't rule out the possibility that there is more than one entrance to the underground palace." In other words, Li Zheni found an entrance to the underground palace here, and maybe there were other entrances to the underground palace in other places. It doesn't matter if other people enter, as long as they are not in the transcendent realm. Galbojun smiled. In the Dongchen territory, Gao Boujun was a quasi-sun level blazing sun, second only to Li Jini. He wasn't weak at all. Following Li Jini's footsteps, the three of them used the 1,000 miles mist movement technique and turned into 3 wisps of smoke. It could be seen that Gao Boujun's wisp of smoke was the simplest, and they could still see his silhouette. Li Jini's wisp of smoke was blurry, but Chen Zong's wisp of smoke was completely invisible, as if he was really just a wisp of smoke. The difference in realm was obvious at a glance. Gao Boujun felt that something was wrong, but before he could think about it, Li Jini stopped and pointed to the front. "Junior brothers, there is the entrance to the underground palace." From the smell of the soil, they could tell that the entrance to the underground palace had been discovered not long ago. That was indeed the case. Li Jini had chased a demonic beast to this point and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the demonic beast. Under the overflowing energy, the entrance to the underground palace was revealed. "Let's go." The 3 of them immediately turned into wisps of smoke and quickly entered the underground palace's entrance, which was as dark as the mouth of a giant beast. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill, as if the temperature had plummeted. However, this drop in temperature had no effect on the 3 of them. "Junior brothers, follow me," Li Jini said and took the lead, following the route they had explored earlier. Along the way, Chen Zong and Gao Boujun saw some corpses of strange beasts that had died not long ago. They were the monster beasts that Li Jini had killed. After about a few thousand meters, Li Jini suddenly stopped, and his eyes became serious. The light inside was dim, but it did not obstruct their vision. Therefore, Chen Zong could see that there was a half-open door in front of them, but it was dark and blocked by the door, so they could not see what was inside. "Junior brothers, that is a side hall of the underground palace. There is a group of very strong underground palace monsters inside. With my ability, I can only kill a small part of them, but if I am surrounded, I will most likely die," Li Jini said in a serious tone. They had broken through several times, and each time they had just entered the door, a group of terrifying monster beasts would rush over. After killing a few, Li Jini felt that he was no match for them and immediately retreated. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the monster beasts would disperse and stop chasing him. Otherwise, Li Jini would not have waited outside for Chen Zong and Gao Boujun to come. Li Jini knew Gao Boujun's strength. Although he was not as strong as himself, he was not weak either. Together with Chen Zong, although he was not sure about Chen Zong's strength, he heard that he could defeat Su Wei, a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect, with one sword strike. He must have reached the level of an ordinary half-transcendent. If the 3 of them worked together, it was possible for them to kill all the monster beasts in the side hall. The purpose of exploring the underground palace was to find treasures and gain benefit. "Junior brothers, before we enter, let's talk about how to divide the loot. What do you think?" Li Jini asked. They agreed to divide the loot first so that they would not fight over the loot and ruin the friendship between them. "This is my first time going out to train, so I don't know how to divide the loot," Chen Zong said. "I think we should divide the loot according to contribution," Gao Boujun said with a smile. "Every time we get something, we'll see who contributed the most. If there's no difference, we'll divide the loot equally. In that case, the highest proportion will be 50% and the lowest proportion will be 20%, Li Jini said. With this distribution, it was guaranteed that the 3 of them would get something. Chen Zong had no objection, and neither did Gao Boujun. It was decided happily. "Junior brothers, I'll go in first. You 2 follow me," Li Jini said and immediately rushed into the half-open palace door. "Junior brother, I'll go first," Gao Boujun said and followed Li Jini. The 2 of them went in first because they felt that Chen Zong was not weak, but he was not as strong as them. Naturally, they would go in first and fight against the monster beasts inside. Chen Zong took a step forward, and like a wisp of smoke, he entered the half-open palace door in an instant. As soon as he entered, the aura became colder and colder. There were also noisy roars and fierce auras. Chunzong sized up the place at a glance. Sword and saber lights flashed. It was Li Zhenyi's and Gao Bojuan's swords and sabers. From the front, left, and right there were monster beasts with pitch-black bodies that looked like vicious dogs. They fearlessly pounced on them. Each black dog was the size of a calf, and their auras were very terrifying. They were cold and fierce, and they were at least at the late stage of the foundation building realm. Monster beasts at the late stage of the foundation building realm were nothing to the three of them. They could easily kill them, but the problem was that there were too many of them. They seemed to be endless as they pounced on them without fear of death. Their sharp claws and teeth were very terrifying, and their power was astonishing. At the feet of Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojuan, there were several corpses of vicious dogs. The corpses further away had already been trampled to pieces by the hounds that pounced on them. "Chen Shidi, come between us," Li Zhenyi said. He wanted to take care of Chunzong. "Eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry about me." Chunzong smiled and unsheathed the white river sword. It turned into a white sword light, and like the flowing waters of a long river, it surged continuously. The White River Sword was the top-grade mortal sword given to Chunzong by the sect after he became the fifth core disciple. It was tougher, harder, and sharper than the White Grand Sword. Top-grade mortal weapons were very precious. They were far more precious than high-grade mortal weapons. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, there were not many top-grade mortal weapons. The white sword light flashed, and several pitch-black hounds that pounced on them were cut in half like tofu. Chapter 996. My friend came over, so I went out to entertain him. I just came back. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojuan's eyes lit up when he unsheathed his sword. They realized that they had underestimated Chen Shidi. However, the stronger Chunzong was, the more advantageous it would be for them. When Li Zhenyi entered alone, he was surrounded by countless vicious dogs. Although he was strong enough to hold on for a while, it was meaningless. All he did was kill a few more vicious dogs. Moreover, the weakest among these vicious dogs was at the 7th tier of the Foundation Establishment realm. The stronger ones were even at the half-step Transcendent realm. Once they were surrounded, even Li Zhenyi, who was at the Blazing Sun realm, would die. Now that Gao Bojuan and Chunzong were working together, the three of them would not be surrounded and could retreat at any time. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, they had killed countless vicious dogs. Junior Gao, Chen Shidi's strength is probably not inferior to yours, Li Zhenyi said. He still had energy left. I misjudged him. Gao Bojuan smiled bitterly. Previously, he said that Chunzong would catch up with him. Now, it seemed that he had already caught up with him. Kill. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his true energy was incomparably pure. It was so pure that it was comparable to the true energy cultivated by a peerless mortal cultivation method. Even a normal half-step transcendent hound couldn't withstand a single strike from Chunzong. Wind Cutter Sword Will. Every sword was extremely fast. Every time the sword was released, the sword chi would break through the air and destroy everything. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojuan, who occasionally saw it, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. This level of swordsmanship far surpassed theirs. The only difference between them was their cultivation. The difference between the Foundation Establishment realm and the half-step Transcendent realm, the difference between true energy and spiritual energy. Sword Will. Li Zhenyi's experience was more profound than Gao Bojuan's, because he also practiced sword arts. Moreover, he had practiced all 3 mortal sword arts, especially the Wind Cutter sword art, which had already reached the impeccable level. If Chen Shidi's cultivation reaches the half-step to transcendence, his strength won't be inferior to mine, Li Zhenyi said to himself. While he was shocked, he was also happy. He wouldn't be inferior to him, and he was so young. He was also a prodigy at the level of a blazing sun. The Blue Cloud sect's reputation would grow even stronger. The corpses of the hounds were piled up like a mountain, and the blood that flowed out was stinky, making people suffocate. A strange roar suddenly rang out. It sounded like a thunderclap and was extremely ear-piercing. Chen Zong and the others instantly felt their scalps tingle. Soon after, the fearless hounds retreated to the sides and opened up a wide path. The figure at the end of the path caused Chen Zong and the others' pupils to shrink. It was a tall figure, even bigger than an elephant. Its whole body was pitch black, and it had two ferocious heads. A two-headed hound. Four scarlet eyes stared at each other. Murderous intent filled the air. Turbid and stinky liquid dripped from the crisscrossing fangs like swords. The sound of dripping was especially harsh. The sound of rolling thunder constantly came from the two-headed hound's throat. It was frightening. An astonishing aura surrounded the two-headed hound. It was very tyrannical. It shouldn't have reached the Transcendence realm yet. Li Jini frowned and whispered. If the two-headed hound was at the Transcendence realm, then they wouldn't be able to fight it even if they joined forces. It was better to retreat as soon as possible. But if it wasn't at the Transcendence realm, it meant that the three of them together could fight it. The two-headed hound stared at the crowd with its scarlet eyes. It walked over step by step with its thick and sturdy limbs. Every time it took a step, the hard floor of the sub-palace would tremble once, producing a muffled sound that made people feel stifled. A cold aura rolled out, mixed with an astonishing evil qi. Chen Zong and the others stared at the two-headed hound and quickly circulated their strength. Especially Chen Zong, who had a spiritual sense, could keenly feel the terror of the two-headed hound. "Let's join forces and kill it," Gao Bojun shouted coldly. His long saber trembled and a blue light flickered. "Kill." Chen Zong and Li Jini's voices sounded at the same time. Suddenly, the three of them attacked from three directions. Sword Qi and Saber Qi broke through the air. The terrifying power directly cut open the hard floor. The two-headed hound raised its front paw and suddenly waved it. A terrible cold light tore through the void, shattering the Sword Qi and Saber Qi. Then, it raised its two heads slightly and opened its black hole-like mouth. A strong sour smell spewed out along with two jet-black cold streams. The force was so violent that it was like a flood breaking a dam. Chen Zong and the other two immediately used their movement techniques to evade. However, the two heads of the two-headed hound moved left and right, and the stinky, pitch-black cold current swept out in all directions. The pitch-black hounds that were affected by the cold current let out painful cries, and their bodies were quickly corroded. This scene made Chen Zong and the others' eyelids twitch and their scalps tingle. It was so vicious. If they were stained by even a little bit of it, they wouldn't be able to escape. They pushed their body-protecting true qi and body-protecting spirit qi to the extreme to better defend themselves. They also pushed their movement skills to the extreme. Senior Martial Brothers, attract its attention. Chen Zong's voice suddenly entered Li Jini and Gao Bojun's ears. They didn't know what Chen Zong wanted to do, but since he said so, they trusted him. With one on each side, Sword Qi and Saber Qi slashed through the air toward the two-headed hound. The Sword Qi was incomparably sharp. It was as fast as a gust of wind, splitting another gust of wind. Its power was astonishing. The Saber Qi was endless. In an instant, 13 Saber Qi slashed out. 13 Saber Qi slashed out from different angles. The tyrannical aura immediately attracted the two-headed hound's attention. It couldn't ignore it. Such an attack was enough to threaten it. A wisp of smoke blew past like the wind. It was extremely agile and fast. Chen Zong's figure suddenly appeared above one of the heads. He raised the white river sword high. The light purple true qi was like clouds and mist. As it surged, Chen Zong's figure became more and more ethereal, as if he was dissipating with the wind. The power penetrated the sword and covered the white river sword. The saber qi became majestic. An astonishing sword pressure surged and spread out. A terrifying will condensed on the saber chi. Pure origin sword will. Feeling this majestic power, Li Zhenyi was even more shocked. Not only did he cultivate the sword will of the wind cutter sword technique, but he also cultivated the sword will of the pure origin sword technique. This kind of talent in the way of the sword was too amazing. Suddenly, Li Zhenyi thought of Qin Zong's 1,000 Miles of Clouds. It was obviously better than his own. It was obvious that he had also grasped body will. Slash. The light purple saber chi slashed down in an instant. Its power was astonishing. It slashed mercilessly at the neck. This was the most powerful attack that Qin Zong's true chi had gathered. As the sword slashed down, the terrifying saber chi slashed into the saber chi like a hot knife through butter. Halfway through, the saber chi stopped because it hit the bones. The bones were very hard. The intense pain caused the two-headed hound to roar in anger. The other head suddenly stretched out, its intersecting fangs were like sharp blades, ruthlessly biting towards Qin Zong. The stench assaulted Qin Zong, causing him to almost suffocate. With a bang, the hound closed its mouth. Its canine teeth crisscrossed and made a bone-numbing sound. However, it missed. Qin Zong's figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Kill! Gao Bojun's 13 saber chi converged into one and slashed fiercely. Li Zhenyi's figure was erratic. The misty cyan saber chi also changed. After 3 turns in the air, it pierced toward the hound's scarlet eyes. Qin Zong's figure appeared again, and the pure chi sword chi slashed down once more. The two-headed hound's strength was astonishing and its speed was not slow. On top of that, it could also spit out a foul and corrosive venom. Its combat ability was also not weak. If it were an ordinary half-step transcendent, even 10 of them would not be enough to kill it. However, Qin Zong's group of 3 were not ordinary half-step transcendents. Whether it was strength or combat awareness, they were far superior to ordinary half-step transcendents. Although this was the first time they had teamed up with Qin Zong, their teamwork was quite good. Slash. The first head was cut off by Qin Zong. Stinky blood spurted out like a fountain. The severe pain caused the two-headed hound to go mad and its surroundings to be ravaged. A saber chi like a star instantly bloomed and pierced into the scarlet eye of the other head. The saber chi it released was oppressive. With a bang, the two-headed hound's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. With the death of the two-headed hound, the other hounds quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of corpses remained in the hall. Gao Bojun shook off the blood on his saber and breathed a sigh of relief. This two-headed hound was very strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was not confident he could kill it. However, with the 3 of them working together, although it was somewhat difficult, they had still succeeded. Qin Shidi, you've hidden your strength well. Gao Bojun gave Qin Zong a thumbs up and said with a smile. Qin Shidi's future achievements will be above yours and mine. Li Zhenyi also smiled, not showing the slightest hint of jealousy. If senior brother says so, I'll feel embarrassed, Qin Zong laughed. After a short rest, the 3 of them quickly searched the hall to see if there was anything valuable. After searching for a while, they only found a pile of egg-sized white crystal stones, but they did not know what they were. There were a total of 120 white crystal stones. In this battle, the 3 of them had contributed, so each of them got 40 white crystal stones. Each of them got 40 white crystal stones, which was a good harvest, but the 3 of them were not satisfied. After all, they did not know what the white crystal stones were used for. After searching for the white crystal stones, they found a closed door and pushed it. A rumbling sound was heard. The door was extremely heavy. The 3 of them used their genuine chi and spiritual power together to slowly push it open. At the same time, in another part of the floating cloud mountain, several people also found an entrance. It was also the entrance to the underground palace. Let's go. As long as there's something useful, take it all. The group of people quickly walked into the entrance while talking. Was there only one underground palace? No. Two? Also no. Because in another place, someone had already entered and advanced several thousand meters, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the powerful demonic beasts in the underground palace. After the door was pushed open, it was pitch black. Suddenly, bright lights lit up one after another, pushing forward layer by layer, spreading forward quickly. No one knew where it spread to. Chen Zong and the other two saw clearly that there was a passage in front of them, a passage that seemed to have no end. Why do I feel that the sub-palace just now was actually a front yard? Gao Bojun muttered. Chen Zong and Li Zheni also had the same feeling. It was as if the sub-palace was a small yard in a courtyard, and those evil dogs were the dogs guarding the house. Now that they had defeated those dogs, they could really enter the house. Chapter 997. Within the Lingwu sacred world, countless powerhouses had left behind many relics. Simple relics such as storage rings, larger relics such as caves, better relics such as secret realms, underground palaces, and so on. Cultivators who went out to train might encounter some fortuitous encounters if they were lucky. For example, they might pick up a storage ring that contained vitality stones, other treasures, cultivation methods, and martial arts. They might also find something amazing. All in all, the world of cultivators was very mysterious and full of endless possibilities. Some useless people would suddenly encounter fortuitous encounters and become geniuses. Although there were not many such examples, there had been some since ancient times. This underground palace might have been left behind by a powerhouse, or it might have been left behind by a powerful force in the past. The passageway was very long. The footsteps of the three were very light, but in this quiet passageway, it was very ear-piercing. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The three of them could not help but look back. Their expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. They saw that the door behind them had disappeared, and a mass of darkness appeared. It turned into a torrential flood that rushed toward them with an earth-shattering momentum. They did not know what it was, but it made the three of them feel a great danger. It seemed that if they were hit by it, they would end up in a terrible state. Run! The three of them used their movement techniques and ran forward at an astonishing speed. However, the black wave behind them was surging with an astonishing momentum. It was getting faster and faster, as if it was faster than the three of them. It was getting closer and closer. As if they had a tacit understanding, the three of them attacked together. Sword Chi and Saber Chi broke through the air and blasted toward the black wave, trying to stop it. The Sword Chi and Saber Chi blasted on the black wave. Suddenly, there was an incomparably sharp sound that seemed to pierce through one's brain. Chen Zong and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Only then did they realize that it was not water, but a kind of strange little insects. They were very, very small, but there were so many of them that they formed a tidal wave. The Sword Chi and Saber Chi from the three of them did indeed kill many of the little black insects. However, compared to the huge number of insects, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It did not change anything at all. On the contrary, the little black insects seemed to be enraged. They moved faster and made sharper sounds, which made Chen Zong and the other two's scalps go numb and almost explode. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 sharp whooshing sounds were heard, creating an astonishing roar. It was unknown whether it was Chen Zong, Li Zheni, or Gao Bojun, but they were all using their full strength, not daring to stop for even a moment, for fear of being caught up by the strange black insects behind them. However, the strange black insect's speed was extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, a swarm of strange black insects flew towards Gao Bojun at an astonishing speed. In the face of danger, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was swift and sharp, killing all of the strange black insects. Thank you, junior brother. Gao Boujun felt a lingering fear. Chunzong saved both Gao Boujun and Li Zheni once. In turn, Li Zheni and Gao Boujun each helped to alleviate Chunzong's crisis. A quarter of an hour later, everyone jumped over a strangely shaped door. They looked back and saw that the strange black insects had stopped in front of the strange door. It was as if the black passage belonged to them. Seeing that the strange black insects did not continue to chase after them, Chunzong and the other two could not help but feel relieved. Just now it was really a matter of life and death. They were almost caught up by the strange black insect. Although they did not know what the strange black insects were, they were a great threat to them. If they were caught, they might not even have a corpse left. Compared with the vicious dog just now, these strange black insects were undoubtedly more terrifying. Let's recover our strength first, Li Zheni said. The three of them immediately sat down cross-legged to recover the strength they had consumed when using the body movements at full speed. Chunzong's genuine qi was majestic, vigorous, and pure. Even if he used the body movements at full speed, he only consumed less than half of his genuine qi. Therefore, he recovered faster. Moreover, Chunzong had cultivated the heavenly cloud illusory fog technique to the highest level and mastered the technique. His meridians had been refined by the power of the purple cloud true flame and had become thicker and tougher. His speed was even more amazing. After Chunzong's genuine qi was completely recovered, Li Zheni and Gao Boujun were still recovering. Chunzong was responsible for guarding and carefully observing. The strange black insects had already retreated and disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared. Looking ahead, the passageway had expanded several times and become even wider. About 100 meters ahead, there were two statues standing on the left and right side. The statues held spears in their hands and stood tall and straight, as if they were the most loyal guards. After a while, Li Zheni and Gao Boujun also recovered all of their spiritual power. After such a rest, everyone's spiritual power was restored to the peak and they continued to move forward. The ground was red and straight ahead. On both sides of the red ground were black, and the lines were clear. They could see that one statue after another was erected on both sides of the red path, with a distance of 10 meters between them. Each statue was about 2 meters tall. They were clad in heavy armor and were entirely grayish-black in color. They gave the three of them a cold, steel-like feeling. Looking past the statues on both sides, they finally focused on the end. There was a seat like a throne on top of 5 steps. On the huge throne sat a tall, burly figure with a straight back. His whole body was covered in heavy armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, just by sitting there, that figure gave off a majestic aura like that of a mountain. It was majestic and different from a mountain. "There's something strange," Li Zheni said as he looked around again, but he could not find what was strange. From the moment he stepped in, Chunzong also had a strange feeling. He had already spread out his spiritual sense, but he could not find anything suspicious. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes fell on one of the statues. His spiritual sense also covered the statue, and he felt that it was cold and there was no other aura. Gao Boujun gently knocked on one of the statues with his long saber, making a sonorous and harsh sound of metal colliding. This knock seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. The statue shook slightly, and cracks appeared on its body. The cracks quickly spread, and the sound of cracking was very ear-piercing. Gao Boujun was shocked and quickly stepped back. He held his long saber in front of him, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Chunzong and Li Zheni also looked over at the same time, and their sharp eyes were like sword qi. The cracking sound became more and more intense and harsh, making people's scalps tingle. With a thud, the statue full of cracks took a step forward. Its steps were heavy, like metal hitting hard on the hard ground. Pieces of gray debris fell from the statue. When it took the first step, Chunzong and the other two could see that the statue's movements were stiff, but when it took the second step, its movements began to become smooth. After 3 steps, it was like an ordinary person. Immediately, an extremely powerful sound broke through the air, making Gao Bojunt's scalp tingle and his face change greatly. He only felt that an amazing pressure was coming, as if it was going to penetrate him. It was a long spear attack, like a meteor breaking through the air, extremely terrifying. Gao Bojunt's reaction was extremely fast. He slashed his long saber and hit the tip of the spear directly. Under the violent collision, countless sound waves like water ripples exploded crazily and rushed in all directions. The harsh sound made Chen Zong and Li Jinyi's eardrums hurt, as if they were being torn apart. Gao Bojun even felt an extremely tyrannical force rushing towards him. His entire body was unexpectedly pushed back uncontrollably. His long saber trembled incessantly. Its trembling sound was like that of a swarm of bees dancing in the air. The power of Gao Bojun's saber was also very strong. The statue's body slid back quickly, and its feet dragged 2 scratches on the hard ground. Strictly speaking, it could not be called a statue anymore. It was a warrior covered in black armor from head to toe, and the long spear in his hand was also black. His footsteps paused, and another spear pierced through the air. Then, more cracking sounds were heard, and Chen Zong and Li Jinyi's faces changed greatly. In addition to the figure on the throne, there were a total of 12 statues here. In other words, the gray on the other 11 statues were falling off, as if they were awakening. A terrible cold aura spread out and filled the surroundings. 1 guard and 12 guards were completely different. The pressure made Chen Zong and the other 2 almost suffocate. Let's get rid of it first. Both Chen Zong and Li Jinyi reacted quickly and made the right choice. They did not know the strength of the other 11 guards, but the strength shown by this guard was very strong, and not inferior to Gao Bojun. If the other 11 guards were as strong as this, it was definitely not good news for the 3 of them. It would bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, they should concentrate on getting rid of 1 guard first to reduce some of the pressure. Gao Bojun immediately performed 13 countercurrent slashes. Li Jinyi performed the wind cutter sword technique. Chen Zong performed the wind cutter sword intent. He showed no mercy. They had to kill this powerful guard in the shortest time possible, so that they could better deal with the other 11 guards who were breaking the seal. 13 countercurrent slashes blocked the guard's fierce spear. Chen Zong and Li Jinyi's sword light fell on the guard's body, making a harsh sound of metal clashing. The sturdiness of the armor on the guard's body was unexpected. The 2's full-strength sword attacks did not break it, but only left a sword mark. This result undoubtedly shocked Chen Zong and Li Jinyi. Although they were shocked, the 2 of them did not stop because of this and attacked again. Li Jinyi was very talented in swordsmanship, and he was also very good at fighting. He immediately changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship. The Great River swordsmanship was continuous and vigorous. Once it was performed, if it was not interrupted, it would continue to attack, and its power would become stronger and stronger. Chen Zong also changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship, and his sword power was continuous and vigorous. The extremely accurate sword light continuously chopped the same sword mark. After many attacks, the guard kept retreating, and the spear counterattack was blocked by Gao Bojun's long saber. It could not interfere with Chen Zong and Li Jinyi at all. Slash, slash, slash. The sturdy armor was finally cut open. The tyrannical sword Qi rushed in and cut the body of the guard in half. Chen Zong and the other 2 just noticed that the guard was not made of flesh and blood under the armor. Puppet! Li Jinyi exclaimed. Chapter 998. In the underground palace, a deafening roar tore through the eardrums. Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the air, leaving long white streaks in the air. They blasted toward Chen Zong and the other 2 as if nothing could stop them. Every guard's strength was as strong as Gao Bojan's. Moreover, their attacks were ruthless and merciless, which posed a great threat to Chen Zong and the other two. Now that Chen Zong did not use the power of the heart sword, his cultivation was similar to Gao Bojan's. It would be very difficult for him to kill these guards one-on-one. Among the three, Li Zheni was the strongest. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the guards. The 11 guards surrounded the three of them. 11 spears pierced through the air. There was no superfluous technique. There was nothing fancy about it. There was only the combination of speed and strength, and the power of each spear was pushed to the extreme. When the swords and sabers hit the guards, they were blocked by the armor. At most, they would leave a sword mark. It would take more than 10 swords to hit the same spot to break the armor. Green Cloud Sword Body, Li Zheni shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a strong aura burst out from his body. Like a ferocious beast awakening, his spiritual power surged and broke through the limit. It was as if Li Zheni's meridians were going to be torn apart. Then, wisps of green light gushed out from his body and spread out. It dyed his long black hair with a faint green halo. There seemed to be a layer of green light in his eyes. In an instant, Li Zheni's aura soared. His strength became stronger and faster. His spiritual power also changed and became sharper. Kill. A sword pierced through the air, cutting the wind and sweeping the ground. The sword moved faster and the blade became sharper. When the sword fell, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the guard's armor. This mark was much deeper than the previous one. Green Cloud Sword Body. Chen Zong and Gao Bojan also performed this secret method. With a loud bang, Chen Zong felt as if a ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber within his body. A tyrannical power swept through his entire body. His surging genuine qi also underwent some peculiar changes, like a blunt sword being sharpened. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and strands of green light appeared in his eyes. Chen Zongeng could clearly feel that his entire body was brimming with power, as if it was limitless. His true qi had also become sharper, and its might was even more astonishing. Kill. Once the Azure Cloud Sword Body was displayed, the strength of the three immediately increased by a lot. Under their tacit cooperation, another guard was killed. The Azure Cloud Sword Physique was a first-grade secret technique. It greatly increased the strength of the three of them, but at the same time, it also increased the consumption of their strength. The first sword strike knocked back the guard, and the second sword strike followed. The speed of the sword strike surprised Chen Zong. 3 consecutive sword strikes landed on the same spot on the guard's body, instantly breaking open the armor. The third guard was dead. The fourth guard was dead. The fifth guard was dead. As the guards died one by one, the pressure on the three of them lessened. The last guard was killed. Chen Zong and the other two immediately deactivated the Azure Cloud Sword Physique. Otherwise, they would continue to consume their strength. Chen Shidi, you really surprised me, Li Zheni said in surprise again. The Azure Cloud Sword Physique was a first-grade secret technique. It was very rare. Generally speaking, even a 3-star force might not have it. Generally speaking, only half-step transcendent experts would cultivate secret technique. Only those who had reached that level were qualified to cultivate secret technique. For example, Li Zheni and Gao Bojan had only obtained the Azure Cloud Sword Physique after advancing to half-step transcendent. They had also spent more than a year to cultivate the Azure Cloud Sword Physique to the initial level. Chen Zong had already cultivated the Azure Cloud Sword Physique before reaching half-step transcendent. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the initial level. He was not inferior to the other two. It was inevitable that they would be shocked. The sound of cracking rang out again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The three of their faces suddenly changed. Their eyes focused on the figure on the throne. Cracks appeared on the burly figure's body. The burly figure slowly stood up, and countless gray fragments fell from his body. Hong! 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 A terrifying sound reverberated from the burly figure. Waves of energy rolled out like waves. When it swept past Chen Zong and the other two, they suddenly felt their bodies sink. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible gravity. The circulation of their blood, qi, and spirit qi slowed down. Their hearts were suppressed and they had difficulty breathing. All the fragments on the burly figure fell off, revealing a thick and overbearing black armor. The eyes under the mask opened, and a ray of golden light shot through the air. With a bang, the aura exploded like a destructive storm. It swept through the entire palace and bombarded Chen Zong and the other two. The three of them kept sliding back, their feet leaving long marks on the hard ground. The three of them were horrified. The opponent had not even made a move, but his aura was already so terrifying. How could they fight? Was he at the transcendent realm? What should they do? Should they retreat? Or should they try and fight to the death? In an instant, the three of them made the same choice. Kill. Without hesitation, they displayed the azure cloud sword body again. Their long black hair fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were also suffused with a layer of azure light. They had to fight with all their strength. The burly figure on the throne raised his right arm and pulled out a huge sword. The sword was like a door plank, dark and heavy. With a swing of the sword qi turned into a terrifying hurricane that roared and destroyed everything in its path. Whoosh! 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 Chen Zong and the other two pulled out their swords and tore a hole in the hurricane. They shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed towards the burly figure. The burly figure's strength was amazing. His aura was extremely terrifying. However, his speed was his shortcoming. He was not as fast as Chen Zong and the other two after displaying the azure cloud sword body. Both the sword and the saber slashed out at the same spot on the burly figure. A trace appeared, but the trace was relatively faint. It was so faint that Chen Zong and the other two were helpless. After displaying the minor accomplishment of the azure cloud sword body, their strength had increased greatly. The three of them could kill a guard in an instant if they joined forces. However, they could not do anything to the burly figure. The gap between them was too big. They continued to work hard. Their swords and sabers continued to slash, relying on their speed and agility. However, the sword mark deepened a little, but there was no sign of it breaking. Retreat! Li Zhenyi shouted in a low voice. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately retreated to create enough distance. He's too strong. We can't beat him. Gao Bojun was distressed. Did they have to stop here? If they stopped here, they would not gain anything other than some white crystals of unknown use. It was inevitable that they would be unwilling to give up. Li Zhenyi frowned and stared at the burly figure. The burly figure took a step forward. With one step, the whole palace shook and made an astonishing sound. The giant sword was waved and the hurricane roared. Senior brothers, I have a move to try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to leave, Chen Zong said. Okay. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun agreed without hesitation. The white river sword was held horizontally in front of him. His spiritual sense rippled and the heart sword force gathered on the body of the sword. A transparent halo spread out, causing the sword to become transparent as well. It was as if it was going to blend into the air, faintly discernible. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun's expressions changed drastically. They keenly felt that Chen Zong's sword was condensing a force. It was an indescribable force that made their hearts palpitate. His long hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, Chen Zong burst out at full speed. He turned into a stream of light and cut through the air toward the burly figure. The giant sword slashed vertically. It was as if it could split a mountain. Its power was unparalleled. The astonishing sword pressure was as powerful as a mountain. It fell from the sky and was about to crush Chen Zong's body. His body suddenly shook as if it was about to be crushed. However, it turned into a wisp of smoke and shuttled through the terrifying hurricane of the giant sword. Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun stared. Chenzong's sword would determine whether they could continue or leave unwillingly. Close. The wisp of smoke shook and turned into Chenzong. He slashed horizontally with his sword. Chenzong was very afraid of the burly figure's strength. He also paid great attention to it. Therefore, he condensed most of the heart sword force into this sword. He mobilized all of his spiritual sense to compress the heart sword force into it. He only had the strength of one sword. If it failed, Chenzong would not have the strength to fight again in a short time. Kill. This was the most powerful sword. It was also the sword that carried all of Chenzong's beliefs. Heart sword force. Wind cutter sword will. The sword slashed through the sky and hit the black armor on the burly figure. The moment the sword touched it, Chenzong felt a kind of hardness. An amazing hardness blocked the sword. However, the power of the heart sword force was very strong. It belonged to the power of the transcendent realm. It cut through the armor like a hot knife through butter. With all of his strength, the sword light cut through the burly figure's armor and cut his entire waist in half. The burly figure suddenly stopped moving. His upper body slowly slid down and hit the ground with a powerful sound. Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun's hearts beat wildly. Such a tyrannical opponent was cut in half by Chen Shidi's sword. How terrifying was the power of that sword! The two of them felt dizzy when they thought about it. It was terrifying, very terrifying. From the time they met Chenzong until now, Chenzong had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Every time they thought Chenzong was amazing, they would soon find that it was nothing. There were even more amazing things. However, when they saw Chenzong's pale face and weak breath, Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun also understood that the sword just now was Chenzong's trump card. He had used all of his strength. Chen Shidi, you rest first, Li Zhenyi said. He and Gao Boujun stood guard for Chenzong. At the same time, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. When he killed those evil dogs, he found some white crystals. But he did not know what he could get now. The unknown made him look forward to it. The reason why Chenzong's face was pale was that he had consumed a lot of his soul sense. Of course, his true qi was almost exhausted. Under the operation of the cultivation method and the mind-refining method, his true qi and soul sense were quickly restored. As for the heart sword force, it was also restored. About an hour later, Chenzong's strength was completely restored. When he opened his eyes, there was a pile of white crystals in front of him. Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun took turns to find them in the hall. Junior brother, there are a total of 1,000 white crystals. This time you contributed the most. According to our previous agreement, you should get 50%. Junior brother Gao and I will each get 25%. Li Zhenyi said to ask for Chenzong's opinion. But it was all because of you that we were able to kill them. So after discussing with junior brother Gao, I think that Chen Shidi should get 70%. Chapter 999. So far, Chenzong and the other two did not know what the white crystal stone was used for, but it definitely had its value. The three of them found the closed door of the palace and pushed it open together, but what they saw was not a passage, but an illusory darkness. The darkness was like water rippling slightly, leading to an unknown destination. Chenzong and the other two looked at each other, nodded, and stepped forward together. No matter what was in front of them, the three of them would work together to face it. Their figures instantly submerged into the darkness, as if they were silently swallowed, disappearing without a trace. It felt like they were walking through water, but it did not hinder their breathing at all. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them felt a bright light and unconsciously closed their eyes. It took them a while to adapt and slowly open their eyes. This was a huge palace. The pitch-black floor was flat and as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everyone's figures. There was nothing in the surroundings except for a black ball of light with a diameter of about a meter floating in the air above the center. It was slowly rotating. Chen Zong and the other two were studying the black ball of light, but found that it was very mysterious and did not leak any aura. They could not see through it at all, it was just like a very ordinary black ball of light. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from the black ball of light, and when it passed over Chen Zong and the other two, they felt a chill run down their spines, their blood and qi solidified, their true qi and spirit qi became sluggish, and even their thoughts became rigid. In just a moment, everything returned to normal, but that feeling still lingered in their hearts, making the three of them realize the horror of this black ball of light. Then, one after another, words appeared on the black ball of light, attracting the attention of Chen Zong and the other two. Extraordinary pill. Taking it will give a 70% chance of comprehending extraordinary force. Cost, 1,000 white crystals. Extraordinary pill. Chen Zong and the other two were surprised. It was well known that in order to break through to the transcendent realm, in addition to mastering spirit qi, one also needed to comprehend and master extraordinary force. The latter was more difficult than the former. In other words, if one could obtain such an extraordinary pill, their chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm would greatly increase. What are white crystals? Gao Bojun asked. Soon after, the three of them thought of the white crystal they had obtained. Could it be the white crystal? The total amount of white crystals that the three of them had obtained was indeed more than 1,000, which was enough to exchange for a transcendent pill. However, the three of them had no intention of exchanging for it. Transcendent powers. Li Zheni was confident that he could comprehend it, and so was Gao Bojun. As for Chen Zong, it was needless to say. The transcendent secret pill was actually prepared for cultivators who found it difficult to comprehend transcendent powers. For many cultivators, the transcendent realm was an insurmountable moat. Perhaps exchanging for the transcendent secret pill would allow him to exchange for many treasures with others, or he could auction it off and obtain a large amount of origin stones, but that was under the condition that he had enough white crystals. Now, all three of them had white crystals, and other than the transcendent secret pill, there were other things they could exchange for. The Great Breakthrough Pill could allow one to break through a great realm, for example, from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Transcendent realm. However, it could only open the heaven and earth profound gate and condense the spirit wheel, but it could not help in comprehending transcendent force. The Great Breakthrough Pill could be exchanged for less than the Transcendent Secret Pill, 800 white crystals. For Chen Zong and the other two, this was not of much use. Chen Zong had 540 white crystals, while Li Zheni and Gao Bojun had 290 white crystals respectively. Everyone focused on the things they could exchange for. True flame body tempering art. Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. In the Blue Waves world, Chen Zong cultivated both qi and body tempering. Combined, his strength was much stronger, and his survivability was also much stronger. After coming to this world, Chen Zong had been searching for body tempering, but after seeing it in the outer sect great competition, he was certain that body tempering did exist in this world. However, it was a pity that the Blue Cloud sect did not have a body refining cultivation method. Moreover, the body tempering art in this world was different from the Blue Waves world, and the 1,000 refinements art was ineffective here. The exchange for true flame body tempering art required 500 white crystals. Chen Zong had 540 white crystals, but if he exchanged them for true flame body tempering art, he would only have 40 white crystals left, and he would not be able to exchange for anything else. Other than true flame body tempering art, there were indeed other things that were useful to him. However, in comparison, Chen Zong quickly made a decision. True flame body tempering art. He took out 500 white crystals, but Chen Zong was not sure whether the white crystals mentioned above were these white crystals. True flame body tempering art. Chernzong directly said. Immediately, a black light emitted from the black light ball and fell on the pile of white crystals in front of Chernzong, and the white crystals disappeared in an instant. Then, another black light shot out. Before Chernzong could react, the black light shot into the space between Chernzong's eyebrows. Suddenly, flames appeared in Chernzong's sea of consciousness. Then, a multicolored radiance flashed and poured into Chernzong's mind. Then, it transformed into pieces of information. It was the content of the true flame body refining technique. Low-grade spiritual level. This true flame body tempering art was actually a low-grade spiritual level body tempering art. Chernzong's exchange was not a secret, and Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun both heard it. However, they were still thinking about what to exchange for. Chernzong found that Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun's eyes fell on a line of words. Clear mind pill. Taking it can clear the mind and improve the power of understanding for 1 month. Requires 300 white crystals. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun both had 290 white crystals, which was obviously not enough to exchange for clear mind pills. They were short of 10 white crystals. Chernzong smiled and immediately took out 20 white crystals and handed them to Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun. Thank you, junior brother. The two hesitated for a moment and immediately took them. They all knew how many white crystals Chernzong had. Now that he had spent 500 white crystals to exchange for true flame body tempering art, he only had 40 white crystals left. The lowest exchange price on the black ball was 100 white crystals, so 40 white crystals were useless. With 300 white crystals, Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun both exchanged for clear mind pills, which meant that there was more than one thing to exchange for in this place. After the exchange, there were only 20 white crystals left for Chernzong, so they could not exchange for anything else. The three of them scattered and looked around. There was no door. In other words, this was the end of the underground palace. Until now, the three of them were still confused. They only knew that they were lucky enough to find an entrance to the underground palace, kill some strong enemies, and come here with some white crystals. Then they exchanged for clear mind pills. There are too many mysteries in this world. With our current ability, we can't explore them, Li Zhenyi said with a smile. Let's go, Gao Bojun also said with a smile. After exchanging for a clear mind pill, they would take it after returning to the sect. In the next month, their power of understanding would increase, and then they would go into closed-door training to further improve what they had learned. On the way back, they did not encounter any danger, but there was nothing. Yes, the bodies of the guards, the strange black insects, and the pitch-black evil dogs all disappeared without a trace. The ground was clean as if they had never been there. Just as Chernzong and the other two left, a light flashed, and several people appeared around the black ball of light. Extraordinary Secret Pill, 1,000 white crystals. Great Breakthrough Pill, 800 white crystals. These people were also astonished. Soon after, they understood something and took out the white crystals they had obtained. 3 figures rushed out from the entrance, and it was Chernzong and the other two. The outside world was bright, and the sun hung in the sky, giving the 3 of them a long-lost feeling. Junior brother, the body refining technique you chose is not easy to cultivate, Li Zhenyi suddenly said as he thought of something. Indeed, body refining is more difficult than chi refining. Not only does it require great perseverance, but it also requires sufficient resources. Otherwise, it will be very slow to improve, Gao Bojun said. As the true transmission disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, the two of them were quite knowledgeable. As they chatted, they used their body techniques and turned into 3 wisps of smoke, leaving quickly. Half a day later, a figure rushed over quickly with an astonishing momentum. Immediately, the figure stopped and saw the open entrance to the underground palace. Where is this? While wondering, he entered the entrance and appeared in the underground palace. As he kept moving forward, a monster suddenly appeared and pounced on him. After spending nearly half a month, The three of them returned to the Blue Cloud sect safely and went into closed-door training separately. In the Azure Dipper Hall, Chernzong was officially comprehending the true flame body refining technique. This was a very magical technique, even though it was only a low-grade spirit-level technique. Chernzong had not come into contact with other body refining techniques in this world, so he was not clear about the other body refining technique. However, the true flame body refining technique was indeed magical, compared to the Blue Waves world. In this world, body refining and chi refining had a strict division of levels. The Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the Foundation Establishment Realm. The Dragon Power Realm corresponded to the Transcendent Realm. Whether it was the Tiger Power Realm or the Dragon Power Realm, there were 9 levels. In theory, the first level of the Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the first level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the 9th level of the Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. As for who was stronger between body refining cultivators and chi refining cultivators of the same level, it was not so absolute. After all, there were differences in strength between cultivators of the same level. However, on the whole, body refining cultivators of the same level often had stronger survival abilities. The cultivation method of the true flame body refining technique was to use fire energy to refine the body, thus achieving the goal of strengthening the body. Using fire energy to refine one's body was like roasting one's body over a flame. That kind of blazing heat was not pleasant at all. No wonder it was said that the path of body refinement required great perseverance. Moreover, using fire energy to refine one's body would cause injuries and exhaustion. One had to have sufficient external materials to replenish it. As a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Chernzong naturally had some medicine to nourish the body. As for using fire energy to refine the body, Chernzong found that he could use the light purple flame emitted by the purple cloud true flame in his abdomen to refine the body. The effect was very good. After the first day of cultivation, Chernzong felt a tyrannical power slowly growing between his bones and muscles. This power was different from true chi. It was somewhat similar to the strength of the Blue Waves world, but compared to strength, it seemed to have more potential. In the Blue Waves world, only those who had reached the Transcendent Realm could master strength. This power was also known as Tiger Power. It was the origin of the name Tiger Power Realm. The Tiger Power at the first layer of the Tiger Power Realm was very weak. It could only strengthen the body's muscles and was unable to be used in battle. On the third day, his Tiger Power had more than doubled, and his cultivation had also reached the second layer of the Tiger Power Realm. Chapter 1000. During cultivation, time would always pass by unknowingly, and it would never come back. The world of geniuses was even more changeable. A month later, Li Zheni and Gao Bojun came out of seclusion one after another. Eldest senior brother, come and fight with me. Gao Bojun's strength had obviously improved, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Okay. Li Zheni had also improved. The two of them immediately fought fiercely. Li Zheni's sword pierced through the air, and its astonishing sharpness carried a terrifying will. Wind Cutter Sword Will. Gao Bojun also waved his saber and slashed 13 times in an instant. The 13 saber lights merged into one, and it had the toughness to go against the current and break through all obstacles. Countercurrent Saber Will. After witnessing Chernzong's Sword Will in the underground palace, taking the mind-clearing pill to improve their comprehension, and cultivating in seclusion for a month, Li Zheni and Gao Bojun finally took the last step and comprehended the Sword Will of Wind Cutter Swordsmanship and the Saber Will of Countercurrent 13 slashes respectively. Their strength had obviously improved. The sword lights and saber shadows paused and dissipated. Li Zheni did not move at all, but Gao Bojun took 3 steps back. Haha, eldest senior brother, you're still the best. Even though he was defeated, Gao Boujun was not depressed at all. Instead, he laughed. If I hadn't comprehended the wind cutter sword will, I might have been defeated by your saber. Li Zheni smiled and immediately changed the topic. He looked in the direction of Qinggang Hall and said, I wonder how much Qin Shidi has improved in the past month. I guess Qin Shidi must be practicing the body refining skill. Gao Boujun laughed. Senior brother Gao knows me well. A gentle voice sounded. At first, it was far away, but then it sounded like it was right beside their ears. Li Zheni and Gao Boujun's eyes focused on the figure in green. It was Chen Zong. The two of them keenly sensed that Chen Zong's aura seemed to be different from before. It seemed to be more vigorous, and had an indescribable power. This was a sign of success in body refinement. For a body cultivator at the Tiger Might realm, the more Tiger Might they had, the stronger their body would be, and the stronger their aura would be. This was an aura that came from their very bones. Even if they tried their best to restrain it, it would still leak out a little, allowing those with sharp senses to sense it. Chen Zong only exuded a little bit of his aura. If Li Zheni and Gao Boujun didn't know that Chen Zong had acquired the body refining technique, they wouldn't have thought of it. Junior brother, take my blade, Gao Boujun shouted directly. He unsheathed his long blade, and a misty green blade light pierced through the air. Countercurrent blade intent. Gao Boujun knew that a month ago, Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to his. A month later, he had improved, and Chen Zong would certainly not stay the same. The 13 saber lights instantly merged into one. That saber light was extremely dazzling, like a divine light that could shock the world. Even a 1,000-foot-tall waterfall would be split apart by this saber. Countercurrent blade intent. The stronger your resistance, the stronger my countercurrent blade intent. Genuine chi surged, and a tiger's roar vaguely sounded from his bones and muscles. The sword light was majestic, and the sword intent was unparalleled. Pure origin sword intent. The countercurrent blade intent was shattered, but the pure origin sword intent still had some power left. In addition to genuine chi and sword intent, this sword also contained the tiger might of the Tiger Might realm. Body refinement cultivators were different from chi cultivators. Chen Zong only had the body refining technique, but not the body refining technique. Therefore, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the power of the Tiger Might. However, even the use of the chi refining technique needed to be guided by the body. Therefore, in close combat, the stronger one's strength was, the more powerful one's sword would be. Of course, if one used the sword chi or sword light to attack, the Tiger Might would not be able to achieve the same effect. Chen Shidi, I'm afraid that your strength is not inferior to mine now, Li Zheni said in surprise. Chen Zong would catch up to him sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It had only been a month. Chen Shidi, what level is your body refining technique at now? Gao Boujun asked curiously. Tiger Might Realm LV7, Chen Zong said with a smile. He did not hide it. Li Zheni and Gao Boujun both gasped, as if they had seen a ghost. Tiger Might Realm LV7. This was equivalent to the Foundation Realm LV7, which was nothing at all. They could easily kill a large number of them. The problem was that it had only been a month since Chen Zong obtained the body refining technique. To reach the Tiger Might Realm LV7 in a month. Horrifying. Comparisons are odious. I'm going to go into seclusion. I won't come out until I break through to the transcendent realm, Gao Boujun muttered, obviously suffering a great blow. In fact, with his cultivation at this level, he already needed to take the next step, which was to open the heaven and earth profound latch and comprehend the transcendent secret force to break through to the transcendent realm. However, this step was not easy. Even if Gao Boujun was a genius, he could not guarantee that he could do it in a short time. Wait! A voice suddenly sounded. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Zong and the other two like a dream. Great Elder! The three of them bowed together. The status of a true disciple was indeed high, but compared to the great elder, it was still somewhat lacking. "I'm here to tell you something." The great elder's gaze was kind. He stroked his white beard and smiled. "Not long ago, there was news from the Floating Cloud Palace that the current Floating Cloud King wants to open the Floating Cloud Dragon Realm. The time is about half a year later." Floating Cloud Dragon Realm? Chern Zong and the other two looked at each other. They had never heard of it. Our Blue Cloud sect belongs to the Dongchen territory, which is a corner of the Floating Cloud territory. The great elder slowly explained. In addition, there are also Yong'an, Jiangzhong, Yenshan, and Qianshui. According to legend, in ancient times, the ancestors of the Floating Cloud territory spent hundreds of years and countless precious materials to set up a dragon transformation array for the sake of the Floating Cloud territory's expansion. The dragon transformation power gradually formed a place like a secret realm. The last time the dragon transformation realm was opened was 50 years ago. There were many geniuses in that generation. The great elder's eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, I also wanted to participate, but unfortunately, my strength was insufficient and I was eliminated. Once one enters the dragon transformation realm and participates in the dragon transformation battle, they will be able to obtain dragon transformation power. With dragon transformation power, when breaking through to the transcendent realm, one's cultivation will soar, directly breaking through to the late first layer or even second layer of the transcendent realm. Chern Zong and the other two were surprised. Every cultivation breakthrough was a gradual process. From half-step transcendent to the transcendent realm, one would enter the early first layer of the transcendent realm, but if one obtained enough dragonization power, one's cultivation would soar, eventually reaching the second layer of the transcendent realm or even higher. This news was not only received by our Blue Cloud sect, but also by the other sects. Therefore, I think the other sects will make the same choice as our Blue Cloud sect. The great elder said, "The three of you should improve your strength as much as possible in this half a year. Either comprehend extraordinary force or open your heaven and earth profound entrances. Remember, you cannot combine both." The gap between half-step transcendent and true transcendent realm was not only extraordinary force but also heaven and earth profound entrances. After opening a heaven and earth profound entrance, one's spirit energy would gather and condense into a spirit wheel. If he could comprehend transcendent secret force and integrate it into his spirit wheel, he would be able to truly step into the transcendent realm. Once one entered the transcendent realm, they would not be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle because the dragon transformation battle was set up for the younger generation below the transcendent realm. Its purpose was to cultivate the younger generation of Floating Cloud territory. In addition to our Blue Cloud sect, there is also Purple Brilliant sect, Tian Luo Valley, and the most powerful North Star Villa in the Dongchen territory, but when the time comes, your opponents will not only be them, but also the geniuses from other sects. The great elder said with a dignified expression, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a 4-star force, but there are 2 5-star forces in Floating Cloud territory whose heritage is even deeper and whose geniuses are even stronger. In addition, Floating Cloud Palace is a 6-star force." Chern Zong was surprised. Compared to Blue Wave's World's Extreme Yuan Heavenly sect, the Blue Cloud sect was still somewhat lacking, but it was not inferior to those high-rank sects. If it was a 5-star force in this world, it might not be inferior to the Extreme Yuan Heavenly sect. As for a 6-star force, it was even more difficult to imagine. However, this did not dampen Chern Zong's group of 3, instead it raised their fighting spirit. Regarding this, the great elder nodded with satisfaction. True geniuses were not born with words, but with tempering. Without fear, they strode forward with their heads held high. The great elder's words changed the minds of Li Zheni and Gao Bojun. Originally, they planned to go into seclusion, break through the heaven and earth threshold, comprehend the extraordinary force, and reach the transcendent realm, but now they changed their minds. They wanted to improve their strength as much as possible, either by breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, but not reaching the transcendent realm. However, whether it was breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, neither was easy. The two of them did not know if they could do it in half a year. Not only Chen Zong's group of 3 were warned, but Song Lingsu and Yang Chaofan were also warned. Half a year. Yang Chaofan clenched his fists. With his own efforts and the sect's resources, his cultivation had now broken through to the early 8th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. In the next half a year, he would be able to reach the half-step transcendent realm. At that time, with the power of white lightning he had mastered, he would definitely be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. He did not hate losing to Chen Zong, but he was still brooding about it. One day, he would defeat Chen Zong with his own hands. This was one of the motivations for his cultivation. Chen Zong, who had just finished his closed-door cultivation, went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, Chen Zong wanted to transform his true qi. Now that his qi cultivation had reached the limit of 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, he was only a step away from the half-step transcendent realm. The heavenly cloud illusory mist was channeled to the extreme. His entire body became more and more blurry, as if he would disappear if a breeze blew past. Extremely pure true qi surged, shuttling through every unblocked meridian at an extremely fast speed. When the speed exceeded the limit, the true qi began to change. Under Chen Zong's powerful spiritual sense, it was compressed bit by bit. That's right, one way to transform true qi into spirit force was to compress it. This was the most direct and violent way. It could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be very easy. At least for Chen Zong, who had a powerful spiritual sense, it was not difficult at all. The true qi was in a gaseous state, while the spirit force began to transform into a liquid state. As the true qi rushed through, it continued to compress and condense. Finally, the first drop of spirit force appeared. It was a drop of light purple liquid that emitted a shockingly high temperature. However, the inside of the liquid was constantly changing like clouds. After the first drop of spirit force appeared, the second drop, the third drop, more and more drops appeared. Chapter 1001. The Blue Cloud Sect was a 4-star force and had several low-grade spirit-level cultivation methods and martial art. One of the most famous ones was the Blue Cloud Filling Art. The Blue Cloud Sky and the Sword radiating 10,000 miles were derived from the Blue Cloud Sky secret art. It was also a complete secret art passed down by the founder of the Blue Cloud Sect. It was the most important martial art of the Blue Cloud Sect. Only important people in the sect could practice it. For example, the sect master, the inner sect elder who cultivated the sword, or the half-step transcendent true disciple who cultivated the sword. If one didn't cultivate the sword, they could also cultivate the Blue Cloud Filling Art. However, they could only cultivate one of the cultivation methods. Inside the Azure Dipper Hall, Chen Zong was comprehending the Blue Cloud Filling Art. As a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, the Blue Cloud Filling Art had 11 layers. It was dozens of times more exquisite than the illusory fog sky cloud art. It was also much more difficult to comprehend. Chen Zong's soul was powerful and his comprehension was amazing. However, when he comprehended a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, he couldn't comprehend the essence in a short time like he did with a mortal-level cultivation method. Half a month. Chen Zong spent half a month to comprehend the 11th layer of the Blue Cloud Filling Art. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong said, "Begin cultivating." The blue cloud filling art was undoubtedly stronger than the illusory fog sky cloud art. After all, the illusory fog sky cloud art cultivated true chi. Now that his true chi had transformed into spirit force, it was difficult to increase it with the illusory fog sky cloud art. He couldn't even display its full power. Spiritual energy could only be cultivated using a spiritual level cultivation method, and only by using a spiritual level cultivation method could one fully unleash its might. When he was in the foundation realm, the purity of Chen Zong's true chi was very high. The difference between it and uncultivated spirit force was very small. Therefore, the transformation of his true chi into spirit force was faster and the consumption was lower. Now that he had finished comprehending the blue cloud filling art, his cultivation was very smooth. The liquid spirit force quickly rushed through his meridians. It slowly increased and nourished his meridians, strengthening them. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power was much stronger than true chi, and the meridians had to be stronger in order to withstand the circulation of spiritual power. Li Zheni and Gao Bojun had already cultivated the clear sky filling technique, so their spirit energy was stronger than ordinary half-step transcendence. On the first day, Chen Zong mastered the first level of the green cloud skill. On the third day, he reached the second level. On the sixth day, he reached the third level. The fourth level, however, took a total of 12 days. A low-rank spirit-level cultivation technique was much more powerful than a top-rank mortal-level cultivation technique. The two were not on the same level. As the level of the cultivation technique increased, so did the difficulty of cultivating it. When he reached the fourth level, Chen Zong could clearly feel that his spiritual power had become purer and more powerful. When he used it to perform his sword art, his power would be even more terrifying. Now that I have spiritual power and the transcendent heart sword force, if I open the profound latch of heaven and earth, I can step into the transcendent realm. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After coming to this world, he could still return to the Blue Waves world by using the power of the Heart Sword Seal. However, the power of the Heart Sword Seal had not recovered yet. Only after it recovered could he tear open the world barrier and return to the Blue Waves world. No hurry, no hurry, Chen Zong secretly said. Although he was very anxious to return to the Blue Waves world and kill all the people who should be killed and finish everything that should be done. But now, first, the power of the Heart Sword Seal had not recovered yet. Second, he was not strong enough. Although the cultivation of the Blue Waves world was not as good as that of the Lingwu Holy World, his enemies were not weak. Besides cultivating the clear sky filling technique, Chen Zong did not neglect the cultivation of the true flame body refining technique. Under the tempering of the light purple flame of the purple cloud true flame, his body refining cultivation was constantly improving. 8th layer of Tiger Power Realm. 9th layer of Tiger Power Realm. Tyrannical power rushed through his bones and muscles. Vaguely, it seemed as if a fierce tiger was roaring in the forest. Its power was astonishing. Now that my spiritual energy is strong enough, it's time to test the power of the purple cloud true flame, Chen Zong secretly said. With a move of his spiritual sense, his spiritual energy was also activated. The purple flame in his abdomen that had been motionless all this time suddenly trembled, and a terrifyingly high temperature instantly burst out. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if his body was being burned, as if he was going to be burned to ashes. If not for the fact that he cultivated the true flame body refining technique, his body already had a certain resistance to heat, and his tiger power carried blazing heat. He could more or less resist the burning of this high temperature. He opened his palm, and a purple flame condensed in the center of his palm. Wisps of light purple flame spread out around it. Waves of blazing pressure spread out. After a few breaths, Chen Zong absorbed the power of the purple cloud true flame into his body. The power contained in the purple cloud true flame was very strong. It did not belong to the level of the foundation establishment realm, but it was stronger than the half-step transcendent realm. It could reach the transcendent realm. In other words, Chernzong had mastered two kinds of transcendent secret forces. Clear sky filling sword art is a martial skill that goes hand in hand with the clear sky filling art. It is a spirit-grade low-rank sword art, and each move is very powerful. Chernzong pulled out the top-grade mortal-grade White River sword and slashed out. Suddenly, a touch of cyan appeared within the purple light. It was weak at first, but after the sword light was released, it quickly dispersed like a cyan cloud. Mortal-grade martial arts pursued the development of one's own potential, developing one's strength to the extreme, and even surpassing one's limit. Spirit-grade martial arts continued the ability of mortal-grade martial arts to develop one's own strength. In addition, it also had the ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, allowing one to erupt with even more power. In order to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, one needed to have a spiritual sense. This was the reason why ordinary half-step transcendents were unable to cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. The sect master and elders naturally didn't know that Chernzong had a spiritual sense. The reason why they gave the complete clear sky filling art to Chernzong was because of Chernzong's status as a true disciple. In fact, Li Zhini also received the complete clear sky filling art. Even if he couldn't cultivate the martial arts contained within it, he could still slowly comprehend its mysteries until he broke through to the transcendent realm. Gao Bojun didn't receive the complete clear sky filling art because he didn't practice the sword art, but he did receive a spirit-grade low-rank saber art for him to study in his spare time. As soon as the sword appeared, Chernzong felt his spirit energy and spiritual sense being drawn into the sword. It was as if there was a trace of power that didn't belong to him being drawn in from all directions. It was a kind of heaven and earth force. However, Chernzong's mastery of the clear sky filling sword art was still insufficient, so the trace of heaven and earth force was not obvious enough. Sword light flashed one after another, and wisps of green clouds filled the air. They connected together and filled the entire Azure Dipper Hall. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. The Blue Cloud sect spared no effort in the cultivation of its core disciples. As long as one had the ability, they would be provided with resources. Under this kind of unreserved supply and incomparable hard work, Yang Chaofan's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate. The peak of the 9th layer foundation realm. Yang Chaofan opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to transform his true qi into spirit energy and step into the half-step transcendent realm. However, there was no time left. Li Zhini, Gao Bojun, Song Lingsu, Chernzong, and Yang Chaofan all came out. Besides Yang Chaofan, the other 4 were all half-step transcendent realm. Not bad. Great Elder's gaze swept over everyone and he nodded in satisfaction. After nearly half a year of bitter cultivation, everyone's spirit had undergone great changes. If we depart now, it will take a lot of time to reach the Dragon Realm from our Blue Cloud sect. Great Elder said. A sharp cry suddenly rang out, and it shook the sky, causing the faces of Chernzong and the others to change greatly. The wind howled violently, and it blew through the sky and the earth, causing Chernzong and the others to sway. Especially Yang Chaofan, whose cultivation was the weakest, it was difficult for him to resist, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Yang Chaofan only managed to stabilize his body after using his true qi. Among the 5, Chernzong had it the easiest. Since his true qi transformed into spirit energy, his strength had surpassed Gao Bojun's, and even Li Zhini's. Coupled with the increase in his body refinement realm, his strength was even more tyrannical. A huge shadow covered the sky, and a huge green eagle swooped down from the sky. Its extremely sharp eyes were like divine swords that had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. Its sharp mouth flickered with a dazzling golden light, and its green feathers seemed to be made of green gold. Its divine light was like flowing flames, dazzling and exceptionally gorgeous. It was as if it was a giant beast forged from green gold. Folding its wings, the giant green gold eagle descended. Even though it folded its wings, its body was still enormous. It was even larger than a house, and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. "This is our blue cloud sex spirit beast, the green-winged golden flame eagle," Great Elder said with a smile. "We will ride it to the dragon realm." This world was very big, and there were both humans and beasts. Wild beasts were the most common, and above them were monster beasts. Tamed monster beasts were also called spirit beasts. The green cloud golden flame eagle was a transcendent spirit beast. Transcendent spirit beasts already had good intelligence. "Green flame, this time we'll have to trouble you." Great Elder patted the eagle's feathers. The green cloud golden flame eagle nodded. The Great Elder and Elderlin, who had just arrived, were the first to land on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Soon after, Chernzong and the other four jumped up and landed on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Even with 7 people on its back, it still didn't feel crowded, which showed how big the green cloud golden flame eagle was. With a flap of its wings, Chernzong and the others felt a whistling sound in their ears, and a gust of wind blew past them. In an instant, the green cloud golden flame eagle had soared into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the green cloud golden flame eagle had reached a height of over 1,000 meters. It flapped its wings again, and in an instant, it turned into a ray of green light, tearing through the sky and flying forward at an astonishing speed. To the green cloud golden flame eagle, there was no difference whether there were 7 more people on its back or 7 fewer. On the blue cloud peak, the sect master and a few elders watched the green cloud golden flame eagle's figure fly away. "I hope that all 5 of the core disciples will be able to enter the Dragon Realm battle," Elder Wang said, full of hope. It wasn't that one could enter the Dragon Realm battle just by reaching the Dragon Realm. It wasn't that simple, and they still needed to go through a selection process. Only then would they be qualified to enter the Dragon Realm battle. Chapter 1002. The floating clouds territory spanned 80,000 kilometers and was divided into Dongchen, Yong'an, Jiangzhong, Yenshan, and Thousand Waters. Within each of these 5 territories there were many forces. The weakest were 1 star while the strongest were 4 or even 5 stars. The most powerful of these forces was the 6-star Floating Clouds Palace. It was located in the Thousand Waters territory and was the strongest force there. There were only 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star forces, all of which were attached to Floating Clouds Palace. Floating Clouds Palace's master was also known as the Floating Clouds King. It was rumored that he was a peerless master whose cultivation exceeded the transcendent realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was something that the Floating Cloud King had joined hands with other powerhouses to set up many years ago. The Floating Cloud King of that generation had spent a great deal of effort to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Array within 100 years. However, due to excessive wear and tear on his body, he perished several decades later. Floating Clouds Palace was located at the peak of Floating Clouds Mountain. The palace was continuous and was surrounded by countless white clouds, making it look like a paradise. Compared to the other forces, Floating Clouds Palace did not have many people. From the Floating Clouds King to the disciples, there were less than 100 people. Although there were not many people, each of them was very strong. At least half of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators. The remaining few were not Transcendent Realm cultivators, but each of them had outstanding talent and breaking through to the Transcendent Realm was only a matter of time. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was set up by our Floating Cloud Palace's third-generation Floating Cloud King. It should be our Floating Cloud Palace's disciples who can enter and obtain the power of the dragon transformation. Why should we share it with other powers? The white-robed Floating Cloud Palace disciple said with dissatisfaction. Junior Brother Yun, although the Dragon Transformation Array was arranged by our Floating Clouds Palace's third-generation Floating Clouds King, the other forces also contributed a lot. A similarly white-robed youth with an elegant face said neither slowly nor quickly. Moreover, the third-generation Floating Clouds King also left behind a message that if the Dragon Transformation realm was opened, it would bring good fortune to the Floating Clouds territory. I know, I just feel uncomfortable. Junior Brother Yun frowned. He felt like it was something that belonged to his own family. Why should it be shared with others? Actually, Junior Brother Yun doesn't need to be like this. On the other side, a similarly white-robed young man grinned. His face was filled with arrogance. Even if people from other factions were to enter the Dragon Realm, it would only be a formality. The Great Dragon Transformation Array's Dragon Transformation power would still be obtained by our Floating Cloud Palace. Senior Brother Fan is right. Most of the disciples from the other factions are just going through the motions. Haha, I reckon that at most, only the disciples of the 2 5-star sect have a chance to participate in the Battle of Dragon Transformation. The disciples of the other 4-star sects don't have much hope. In the Yong'an territory, there was 1 5-star force and 2 4-star forces. The Red Dragon sect was a 5-star force in the Yong'an territory and was closer to the Qianshui territory. Naturally, they did not need to leave so early. However, the disciples who were qualified to participate were gathered together. Remember, try your best to pass the selection. As long as you pass the selection, you will be able to participate in the Dragon Transformation battle. Your greatest opponent will be the Floating Clouds Palace, followed by the Myriad Water Palace. However, there might be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses from the other 4-star forces. Pay attention to them, said a red-robed elder from the Red Dragon sect. Elder, don't worry. A mere genius from a 4-star force is nothing. Do 4-star forces have any geniuses? The geniuses of the Red Dragon sect laughed. The Red Dragon sect was a 5-star force. There was a huge difference between a 4-star force and a 5-star force. Whether it was the number of experts or the foundation of the sect, there was a huge difference. It could be said that if a 5-star force wanted to fight against a 4-star force, it would be completely one-sided. Naturally, the geniuses of 5-star forces and 4-star forces were not on the same level. Even if they had the same talent, there would be an obvious difference in their abilities after going through different environments. For example, if 2 geniuses had the same talent but one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, the strength of their spiritual energy would be different. If one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, there would be a difference in their strength. Most 4-star forces did not have a middle-class spiritual level skill, but 5-star forces did. It was no wonder that the geniuses of the 5-star forces looked down on the geniuses of the 4-star forces. It's good to have such momentum. However, you have to be careful. There might be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses from the 4-star forces, the elder from the Red Dragon sect said with a smile. A loud roar sounded. Soon after, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. One could see a huge scarlet figure flying through the air. Landing. A shocking momentum surged. The terrifying aura turned into a violent wind that blew, causing the group of people to sway. The weaker ones were forced to retreat. They had to use all their strength to stand firm, but their faces were red. It was a flood dragon, a huge flood dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its entire body was red, and its scales shone under the sunlight as if there were flames flowing through them. As the red flood dragon breathed, red flames spewed out from its nostrils, and a scorching aura spread out. "Let's go." As soon as the elder from the Red Dragon sect finished speaking, he took the lead and landed on the back of the red flood dragon. The other disciples jumped up one by one and landed on the back of the red flood dragon, soaring into the sky. In the middle of the river, there was also a 5-star force, the Myriad River Temple, and 2 4-star forces. The spiritual beast of the Myriad River Temple was a rainbow-winged ice luan, which was even larger than the green-winged golden flame eagle. On the back of the rainbow-winged ice luan sat the elder of the Myriad River Temple and the disciples who were preparing to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. They were all wearing blue robes and were in high spirits. Your biggest opponents are the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, followed by the disciples of the Red Dragon sect. The Myriad River Temple elder said, "As for the other 4-star forces, I haven't heard of any outstanding disciples. The so-called blazing sun-level geniuses of the various territories should be taken seriously." Floating Cloud Palace was a 6-star force and was the most powerful force in the Floating Cloud territory. The Floating Cloud King was a super master who had surpassed the transcendent realm and was invincible. It was very difficult to become a disciple of Floating Cloud Palace. Only those with extraordinary talent and potential could succeed. With superb talent, coupled with the rich resources of Floating Cloud Palace and the guidance of masters, it was impossible not to become powerful. Because of this, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace often felt that they were superior to others. They also believed that their only opponents were their fellow disciples. The green-winged golden flame eagle was extremely fast. Every time it flapped its wings, it could fly a few thousand meters, and with another flap, it could maintain its speed. But even so, it still took a lot of time to travel from the Blue Cloud sect to the Thousand Waters territory. On the back of the green-winged golden flame eagle, the Great Elder and Second Elder explained the other forces in detail to Chunzong's group. The most powerful Floating Cloud Palace. Second, Red Dragon sect and Thousand Waters sect. Remaining were 11 4-star forces. Dongchen Territory's Blue Cloud sect, Purple Radiant sect, Tianluo Valley, North Star Villa. Yong and Territory's Raging Flame sect and Jingyang sect. Jiangzhong Territory's Flood Wave sect and Returning River Valley. Wild Goose Mountain Territory's Falling Goose Valley, Great Mountain Temple, and Sky Wind sect. According to the Great Elder and Second Elder, the 11 4-star forces were actually divided into strong and weak. For example, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchen territory, North Star Villa was the strongest, with 2 blazing sun-level geniuses. All in all, among the 11 4-star forces, the Blue Cloud sect's strength was considered to be below average, ranked at the bottom. 50 years ago, in the Dragon Transformation Battle, only 28 people were qualified. The Great Elder revealed a look of reminiscence, because he had also participated at that time, but had failed to pass. However, there were more than 100 people who participated in the Dragon Transformation Battle. More than 100 people, only 28 passed and entered the Dragon Transformation Battle. This ratio was indeed not high, but it also meant that the competition was fierce. I'm not sure about the difficulty of the Dragon Transformation Battle this time, but I hope that all of you can give it your all and do your best to pass the Dragon Transformation Battle. As long as you pass the Dragon Transformation Battle, no matter what your final ranking is, you will receive the Dragon Transformation power. Of course, the higher your ranking, the more Dragon Transformation power you will receive, and the greater the benefits when you break through. Elder, 50 years ago, how many people from the Blue Cloud sect passed the Dragon Transformation Battle? Yang Chaofan could not help but ask. The Great Elder and Second Elder blushed, looking a little embarrassed. Their expressions immediately made Chunzong and the others realize one thing: which was that in the Dragon Transformation battle 50 years ago, no one from the Blue Cloud sect passed the Dragon Transformation battle. The 5 of them were shocked. 50 years ago, the Great Elder and the others participated in the Dragon Transformation battle, but none of them passed the Dragon Transformation battle. From this point, it could be seen how difficult the Dragon Transformation battle was. Of the 28 people who participated in the Dragon Transformation battle that year, 12 of them were from the Floating Cloud Palace, 4 each from the Red Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple, 1 each from the Blazing Fire sect, Xingyang sect, Torrential Wave sect, Huijiang Valley, Luoyan Valley, Triple Mountain Palace, Tianfeng sect, and Beichen Villa. Chen Zong and the others were even more shocked. The Floating Cloud Palace was so powerful that they took 12 of the 28 spots. It was too terrifying. The Red Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple were much weaker, but they were still very strong, each taking 4 spots. As for the others, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchen territory, only the Beichen Villa had 1 person who passed the Dragon Transformation battle. Before it had even begun, everyone could already smell the scent of cruelty. However, Chen Zong and the others were not afraid because of this. Instead, their fighting spirit was stimulated. They had cultivated bitterly for half a year just for this moment. The Great Dragon Transformation Battle Array was located in the Dragon Transformation Territory, and the Dragon Transformation Territory was in the Thousand Water Territory, which was not far from the Floating Cloud Palace. The Blue Cloud sect was the farthest from the Thousand Water Territory, so they were the first to leave, but they were not the first to arrive. When the green-winged Golden Flame Eagle landed, there were already people waiting outside the Dragon Transformation Territory. Sharp gazes swept over and fell on Chen Zong and the others, immediately bringing a wave of pressure. These are the people from the Blazing Fire sect. The second elder's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Aside from the elders, the Blazing Fire sect had 6 disciples, 1 more than the Blue Cloud sect. Each of them was filled with a tyrannical aura, which was a wave of blazing spiritual energy. The Blazing Flame sect, as its name implied, was a sect that focused on fire Dao cultivation methods and martial arts. The vast majority of its disciples also cultivated fire Dao cultivation methods and martial art. The Xingyang sect was similar, but there were differences. Chapter 1003. One sect after another arrived, most of them riding on flying spirit beasts. The aura these spirit beasts exuded was also very tyrannical. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, followed by a sharp and clear sound that pierced through the clouds. From 2 different directions, a crimson-red light and an icy blue light rapidly approached. A terrifying aura spread out, making it difficult to breathe. It was a crimson flood dragon and an ice luan with rainbow-colored wings, the spirit beasts of Red Dragon sect and Myriad Water Temple. Great Elder and Second Elder looked at the crimson flood dragon and the rainbow-winged ice luan with dignified expressions. They instinctively felt that these 2 spirit beasts were very powerful and were probably no match for them. Other than Floating Cloud Palace, all the other forces had arrived, but they were divided into different camps according to their territories. For example, the Blue Cloud sect stayed with the Beichen Villa, Tianluo Valley, and Purple Glory sect. The Blazing Fire sect and Xingyang sect stayed with the Red Dragon sect. However, there was some distance between them, as if the Red Dragon sect wanted to highlight their status. Myriad Water Temple was opposite Red Dragon sect, but behind them were Flood Wave sect and Returning River Valley. Falling Goose Valley, Double Mountain Palace, and Sky Wind sect were also in separate camp. The forces of the 4 territories were clearly divided. Chen Zong felt a few sharp gazes sweep over and land on his face, so he turned his head and saw Yu Jingyao and Su Wei. Yu Jingyao and Su Wei were both true disciples of Purple Brilliant sect. Su Wei was in the Foundation Establishment realm before, but after cultivating for some time, He had broken through to the half-step transcendent realm. Su Wei was still brooding over his defeat to Chen Zong last time, so after returning, he cultivated with all his might, even harder than before, in order to wash away his shame. Seeing Chen Zong's gaze, Su Wei suddenly sneered, his palm like a blade cutting through the air. Chen Zong didn't care about this kind of provocation, because in Chen Zong's view, Su Wei was no match for him. Yu Jingyao's gaze lingered on Chen Zong's face for a few breaths, then fell on Gao Bojun's face, his gaze becoming sharp, as if he wanted to pierce Gao Bojun. Similarly, he had been defeated by Gao Bojun the last time, which was a disgrace to him. Li Zhini, it seems like your strength has improved a lot, Xie Yuxuan, the number 1 disciple of the Purple Glorious sect, smiled as he stared at Li Zhini coldly. Xie Yuxuan and Li Zhini were 2 of the 5 blazing sons of the Dongqin region. They were competitors. The current Yu is no match for me, Li Zhini said with a smile. In the past, the 2 of them had fought to a draw, but this time, Li Zhini had great confidence that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? The corners of Xie Yuxuan's mouth curled up. He was also confident in himself. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, all geniuses had a lot of confidence in themselves. If one lacked confidence, then there was no need to talk about cultivation. The number 1 true disciple of Tianluo Valley was a female. She wore a gorgeous palace dress and appeared on stage. The number 1 and number 2 true disciples of the Beichen Villa were 2 of the 5 blazing sons. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword, while the Beichen Villa focused on the saber. In terms of saber training, they had their own unique points. The number 1 and number 2 true disciples were both experts in saber technique. Perhaps it was because of their saber training, but their eyes were as cold as the edge of a saber. At this moment, a huge white cloud was approaching at an astonishing speed from afar. It stirred up a violent wind, whistling endlessly. The people of Floating Cloud Palace are here. Everyone looked over. The white cloud descended, and one figure after another jumped down. The people of Floating Cloud Palace were all wearing cloud-white robes, regardless of whether they were male or female. What was more interesting was that the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were all handsome, as if they had such a tradition. But in fact, it was also because of Floating Cloud Palace's cultivation method. As one cultivated, one's appearance would be subtly improved. Walking at the front were naturally the 2 elders of Floating Cloud Palace. Behind them were the disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Everyone was surprised. The Emerald Cloud sect had sent 5 disciples to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. The Purple Brilliant sect and Tianluo Valley had 5 disciples each. The Beichen Manor had 6, and the other 4-star sects had 6 as well. As for the Crimson Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple, the 2 5-star forces, they had 12. As for Floating Cloud Palace, a 6-star force, the number of disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle had reached an astonishing 30. Each of these disciples exuded a very strong aura, indicating they had all reached the half-step transcendent realm. Moreover, there were a few whose auras were extremely obscure and unfathomable, causing Chen Zong to feel a sense of dread. While feeling dread, Chen Zong's heart also filled with excitement. On the path of cultivation, the pursuit of strength was also the pursuit of opponent. A good opponent was like an aged wine, one that would make one yearn for it. They're finally here. I'd like to see just how strong these so-called Floating Cloud Palace disciples are. Red Dragon Sect's number 1 true disciple, Qi Jiutian's fiery red hair was like a burning flame, his eyes flashing a blazing light, his entire body exuding a fiery aura. Floating Cloud Palace will let you taste the power of Myriad River Temple's Myriad River True Secret Art. Myriad River Temple's number 1 true disciple, Qi Longhai, crossed his hands behind his back, his robe gently rippling like water, his body exuding a cold aura, his lips curling into a smile. The Crimson Dragon Sect and the Myriad River Temple were both 5-star forces. They were much stronger than 4-star forces. Their biggest opponent this time was the Floating Clouds Palace. The sect elders had warned them one by one about how strong the people of Floating Clouds Palace were. However, in their hearts they were not willing to accept this, because they believed they were also geniuses, top geniuses, not inferior to others. How could they accept this? They had to fight to determine who was better. Immediately, Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's gazes collided, like water and fire colliding, sending out invisible sparks. Apart from the Floating Clouds Palace, the Red Dragon Sect's biggest opponent was the Myriad River Palace, and the Myriad River Palace's biggest opponent was the Red Dragon Sect. As for the other 4-star forces, although there were many geniuses who had come, none of them were taken seriously by Qi Jiutian or Qi Longhai. Even the other geniuses of Red Dragon Sect and Myriad River Temple didn't take the geniuses of 4-star forces seriously. Everyone is here, very punctual. An elder of Floating Cloud Palace opened his mouth and said with a smile. His hair was white, but his complexion was rosy, and his skin was glossy like a baby's skin, showing boundless vitality. His aura was tyrannical, and no one could compare. Chernzong had a feeling that the strength of this Floating Cloud Palace's elder who had spoken was not weaker than Blue Wave's world's maniac, and might even be stronger. While everyone was speaking in agreement, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly swept over from afar, instantly closing in on them. That aura was vast and mighty, and it was indescribable. It was many times more tyrannical than the aura of emperor-level powerhouses that Chernzong had felt in the past. Even the general commander of Demon Subduing Fortress and the demon god's phantom summoned by Demon Race couldn't be compared with this aura. Respectfully welcome, Palace Lord. The elder of Floating Cloud Palace reacted quickly, and promptly bowed in salute while shouting loudly. The disciples of Floating Cloud Palace also had solemn expression, and they bowed in salute in succession. Respectfully welcome, Floating Cloud King. The elders of other forces also reacted in succession, and promptly bowed in salute. Other than the Palace Lord of Floating Cloud Palace, the strongest expert of Floating Cloud territory, Floating Cloud King, who else could have such tyrannical aura and be respectfully greeted by the elders and disciples of Floating Cloud Palace? Chernzong and other disciples also bowed in salute in succession. Looking up, it was difficult to see the figure of a person, and could only see a ball of white radiance suspended in the sky as if a scorching sun, but that radiance wasn't dazzling in the slightest. Everyone, please dispense with the formalities. A voice filled with majesty abruptly rang out from the sky, and as it descended, it surged through the 9 heavens, and entered everyone's ears. Now, this king is going to activate the dragon realm. The voice rang out once again. Immediately, the white radiance in the sky became more and more intense, and shot out in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of 10 miles. Open! An enormous voice that shook the heavens and the earth rang out, shaking the 9 heavens and shaking the heavens and the earth. That momentum was incomparably vigorous. With a bang, everyone could only see that the sky seemed to have been torn open by an invisible hand, and following the appearance of that opening, thick white chains also appeared in the sky, and unceasingly extended in all directions. One after another, a magnificent voice rang out unceasingly, and entered everyone's ears. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, as that opening continued to expand along with the spread of the white chains, and finally appeared in front of everyone. The dragon's roar was resounding, and it became louder and louder. The scarlet dragon of the Red Dragon Sect also raised its head to look, and let out a resounding roar in agreement. Following that resounding dragon's roar, a white light dragon that was 100 meters long flew out from that opening, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long flew out from the opening, dancing in the air, and each of the white light dragons exuded a shocking aura. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and the 9 gigantic white light dragons appeared from the opening, as if they were pulling an entire world. Everyone raised their heads to look, and they watched as a world descended. Dragon Realm. The group of elders was extremely excited. 50 years ago they had witnessed it and they were extremely shocked at that time. Seeing it again after 50 years, they were still extremely shocked. As for the disciples who were witnessing this scene for the first time, the shock in their hearts was even more unimaginable. Dragon Realm. Back then, with the 3rd generation Floating Cloud King as the main force, and a group of strong martial artists as support, they worked together to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Formation. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation continuously absorbed the power of the heavens and the earth, and converted it into Dragon Realm power. When the Dragon Realm power accumulated to a certain extent, it would envelop the Great Dragon Transformation Formation, forming the so-called Dragon Realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation that was set up at that time had an ability, and when there was enough power to form the Dragon Realm, it would escape into the void and hide. That way, it would not be affected by any battle, and thus be damaged. Under the power of the 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long, the Dragon Realm descended from the void, and when it landed on the ground, it let out a loud, earth-shattering sound, and the earth trembled incessantly. The gigantic white light dragons soared into the sky, and then changed their direction in the sky, and dove down, charging straight into the Dragon Realm. The rumbling sounds were shocking, and an extremely powerful aura blew out like a gust of wind. The white light rushed out, and everyone could not open their eyes. When the powerful light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they were all stunned, and were extremely shocked. Chapter 1004. Accompanying my son to watch an episode of the new Calabash Brothers, I almost vomited a large bowl of blood. What a waste of childhood! Hong long long. A huge amount of water fell from a height of 1,000 meters, carrying with it a terrifying force that seemed capable of sinking the earth. Even though they were separated by 10,000 meters, they still felt small and insignificant. That's the Dragon Transformation Battle. Great Elder pointed to the 3 checkpoints. The Great Elder pointed at the 10,000-meter-long ravine and the 1,000-meter-long waterfall and said, "Only by passing through these 3 checkpoints in a set time can one enter the real battle of dragonization." Back then, Great Elder and I were stopped at the first checkpoint. Elder Lin smiled, feeling a little ashamed that he couldn't even pass the first checkpoint. Although Yang Kai didn't know how strong the Great Elder and Elder Lin were back then, he could imagine that they had both reached the half-step transcendent realm and cultivated spirit-grade low-rank secret arts, yet even they were unable to pass the first hurdle. Is this the so-called Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints? It doesn't seem difficult at all. Haha, it's not difficult at all. Can you leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden? This world was different. Even Transcendent Realm Masters couldn't fly, only those who had surpassed the Transcendent Realm could do so. A distance of 10,000 meters wasn't a big problem for Transcendent Realm Masters, but for those below the Transcendent Realm, it wasn't so easy. It could be said that even a powerful half-step Transcendent Realm Master would find it difficult to leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden. High up in the sky, Floating Cloud King waved his hand and a huge water hourglass phantom appeared. The Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints are a test. Only those who pass these 3 checkpoints can participate in the Dragon Transformation battle and obtain the power of Dragon Transformation. Floating Cloud King's voice was magnificent and filled with endless majesty. Remember, each great force must pass these checkpoints one by one. Start with my Floating Cloud Palace. As Floating Cloud King's voice fell, the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples stepped forward and appeared at the edge of the 10,000-meter wide crater, staring straight ahead. Up in the air, the first drop of water from the giant water hourglass fell, letting out a crisp dripping sound. Like a command, the 30 floating cloud palace disciples immediately used their movement skills, transforming into 30 white clouds that instantly floated forward. Among them, the white clouds formed by a few of the more profound masters were the most realistic and lifelike. Their speed was also the fastest, quickly leaving the other 20 behind. So fast, the onlookers were shocked. There are actually so many people who have comprehended body intent. Qi Jiutian, Qi Longhai, and the others narrowed their eyes. Of the 30 floating clouds palace disciples, most of them had cultivated their movement techniques to the impeccable realm, and 10 of them had comprehended and grasped body intent. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 10 disciples who had comprehended body intent and the other disciples increased by a few hundred meters. After crossing a kilometer, a sudden change occurred as white strips of light shot out from the ground like the claws of an octopus, each of them carrying the power of a half-step transcendent. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they were secretly shocked. The 30 floating clouds palace disciples seemed to have been prepared for this. The 10 geniuses who had comprehended body intent didn't dodge or evade. Instead, they rushed towards the white tentacles as if they were walking into a trap. However, the 8 white tentacles were like whips of heaven and earth as they ruthlessly bombarded the 10 white clouds. They did not shatter the 10 white clouds. Instead, they borrowed the force of the impact and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Most of the disciples couldn't understand what was going on, but Chen Zong and the other elders could clearly see what was going on. The moment the white tentacles hit the cloud, the person inside the cloud used a skillful move to neutralize the tyrannical power of the tentacles. Then, with the help of the tentacles and its power, he instantly took a breath and once again used his movement technique to move forward. Otherwise, how could they have crossed the 10,000-meter distance? The other 20 floating clouds palace disciples also did the same, but their movements weren't as smooth. Tentacles continued to shoot out from below like lightning, bringing with them a terrifying power. While they posed a threat to the group, they also gave them a chance to breathe, allowing them to continue moving forward. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This level tests everyone's ability to adapt and control over their own strength. An elder smiled and said, "If one's ability to adapt was insufficient, their reaction speed would not be fast enough. And if one's control over their own strength was insufficient, they would not be able to divert the tentacles' attacks. Only by achieving these 2 points would they be able to take advantage of the tentacles' attacks to gain an opportunity to move forward. 100 vying barges. Ordinary half-step transcendence simply couldn't accomplish this and would instantly be struck down and eliminated. The disciples from the other forces outside Floating Cloud's palace stared with wide eyes, trying to find a pattern because after Floating Cloud's palace, it would be their turn to pass the 3 stages. Floating Cloud's king allowing the Floating Cloud's palace disciples to pass first was actually giving the disciples of the other forces an opportunity to observe first so they could pass the 3 stages better. Of course, if one's own strength was insufficient, even if they knew the pattern, it would be useless. A distance of 10,000 meters was nothing in normal times and could be crossed with just a few leaps, but under the attack of the white tentacles, one had no choice but to be cautious. If one was not careful, they might be struck and fall to the ground. Rush, rush, rush. Water droplets constantly dripped from the waterspout at an extremely fast speed. The 10 Floating Clouds palace disciples who had grasped their movement skills easily crossed the 10,000-meter distance and rushed towards the platform. However, with a flash of 5-colored light, a barrier appeared between the platform and the 10,000-meter wide crater. The 10 Floating Clouds palace disciples attacked together, sending out billowing clouds that fiercely bombarded the barrier. Suddenly, ripples spread out and 10 gaps appeared in the barrier. Amidst the surging clouds, the 10 disciples drilled through the gaps and stepped onto the platform. So that's the second stage's void barrier. The first stage was called body swimming 10,000 meters, the second stage was called void barrier, and the third stage was called carp leaping over the dragon gate. The other 20 floating clouds palace disciples also approached the second stage's void barrier one after another. Although the previous 10 disciples had easily broken through the void barrier, it didn't mean that the second stage would be difficult. In fact, the void barrier of the second stage was extremely tough, and without enough power, it was impossible to break through. The 20 floating clouds palace disciples, who were approaching in succession, attacked one after another, bombarding the void barrier. However, only 5 of them managed to blast a hole in the void barrier. The other 15 didn't manage to break the void barrier. 5 people quickly drilled through and stepped onto the platform while the other 15 faced the white tentacles' attack. While resisting the attacks, they also had to maintain their balance and attack the void barrier again, greatly increasing the difficulty of their attacks. 3 of them maintained their height and attacked a second time, breaking through the void barrier and entering it. 2 of them were careless and were unable to stabilize themselves after being attacked by the white tentacles, falling to the ground. The remaining 10 disciples attacked for the third time. 5 of them broke through the void barrier and successfully stepped onto the platform, while the other 5 didn't break through the void barrier and fell to the ground. Out of the 30 floating clouds palace disciples, 7 of them were eliminated in the second stage, and 23 of them were able to challenge the third stage, carp leaping over Dragon Gate. The first 10 people to pass the second stage took a moment to adjust their breathing and immediately set off. They transformed into 10 surging clouds and quickly headed for the third stage. It was a 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. Below the waterfall was a long river with rolling waves. The 10 clouds appeared in the sky above the long river. Before they even got close to the waterfall, they quickly fell, as if all movement techniques had lost their effectiveness. The 10 people seemed to have become fish in the long river. They swam against the rolling waves and approached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The so-called carp leaping over Dragon Gate started from going against the waves of the long river. Then, they entered the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall and went against the flow of the waterfall. Only then could they successfully leap over the Dragon Gate and enter the Dragon Transformation battle. The true difficulty of the 3 stages of the Dragon Transformation stage was here. For the 10 floating clouds palace disciples, although there was some resistance from the long river, it wasn't much. They could easily ride the wind and break through the waves until they reached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 1,000-meter-tall waterfall had a huge amount of water falling from the sky. Its power was astonishing. Especially when they got close, that kind of power was even more terrifying and deafening. Boom, boom, boom. 10 waves rushed into the sky. 10 figures exploded with astonishing power and instantly rushed into the sky. Against the bombardment of the 1,000-ton water, they were like fish swimming against the current. The other floating clouds palace disciples also fell into the long river. Going against the long river's waves, they quickly approached the waterfall. The closer they got, the more they could feel the vigorous and violent water of the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 10 floating clouds palace disciples displayed astonishing strength. Going against the vigorous and violent water, they continued to move upwards. However, the gap between them began to show. 3 of them gradually surpassed the other 7 and continued to move upwards. The spectators all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They were extremely nervous, as if they were putting themselves in the shoes of the spectators. In fact, they would also face these difficulties. Now that they were watching, they might be able to grasp some rules and understand some mysteries, making it easier to break through. The 3 floating clouds palace disciples in the front were like swimming dragons. They continued to move upwards with unstoppable momentum. The other 7 had some difficulties. However, they only slowed down a little, but they continued to move upwards. As for the other floating clouds palace disciples, when they reached the bottom of the waterfall and started to rush upwards, they were exhausted midway. They were pushed down by the violent power and had no choice but to rush up again. Going against the current, if you didn't go up, you would go down. If you didn't go forward, you would fall back. There was only less than half of the water above the waterfall. It continued to drip down, becoming less and less. The time spent on the first and second stages wasn't that long. The most important part was the third stage. At this time, the 3 floating clouds palace disciples rushed up to the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. In an instant, it was as if there were dragon shadows rising from their bodies. A resounding and pleasant roar resounded, echoing in all directions. Not long after, the other 7 disciples also rushed up. Dragon shadows surrounded them, and dragon roars resounded unceasingly. 10 floating clouds palace disciples had already passed the 3 stages of the dragon transformation and obtained the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation. Not bad. It seems that the number of disciples who have obtained the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation will surpass the previous one. An elder of Floating Clouds Palace stroked his long beard with a smile on his face. The more people who obtain the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation, the more dragon transformation power will be stimulated. When the time comes to defeat all opponents, the dragon transformation power that can be obtained will be even greater, surpassing the past. The Great Dragon Transformation Array contained an extremely vigorous dragon transformation power. Normally, it wouldn't be completely stimulated. However, after every battle of dragon transformation, it would be continuously absorbed and transformed. It would continue to accumulate, and it would only be more than before. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.